he did then provide a fuller copy with the changes. But I'm going to request that we work off the original version, because that is the version we've all been working with until now, but we will make the relevant corrections where they arise in the course of his evidence, if that is satisfactory.
Okay, that's fine.
And Chair, the final thing is, there are 3 affidavits of witnesses to whom reference and to which affidavits reference will be made in the course of Mr. Mahlangu's evidence today. They have been sent to the relevant persons implicated by those affidavits, and they have been provided to Mr. Mahlangu in advance of today. Chair, we do so only provisionally, of course. It is simply that they are very small aspects of the evidence that fill a gap somewhere. But if at any point they are disputed or contentious, of course we will approach you again to take steps to then call those witnesses. But just for the purposes of getting Mr. Mahlangu's comment on and reaction to some of them, I propose to deal with them in the course of today.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Then, without further ado, if the witness could be sworn in.
Thank you. Please administer the oath or affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Daniel Polisan Mahlangu.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
Nope.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that all the evidence that you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. If we could just for record purposes enter Mr. Mahlangu's file containing his statement and annexures as Exhibit DD4.
The Liver Arch file containing Mr. Polisani Daniel Mahlangu's affidavit will be marked Exhibit DD4.
Mr. Mahlangu, just to orientate you in terms of what's in front of you today at the witness table, you have in the file immediately in front of you your statement as it was provided to the Commission on the 14th of June. You also have a set of files on the chair next to you. Those are the files containing the evidence of previous witnesses, and there will be points in the course of the evidence today where I will ask you to take one of them and find a page in it for the purposes of the evidence. And then there are also a soft file in front of you, which will become relevant later. Chair, just to explain the soft file, because I also have a copy that I would like to hand up to you. What happened with the BNP bid that went in for the Transaction Advisor Services tender was that it was partly located in Ms. Stimple's annexures and then partly located in Ms. Nancy's annexures. What I have endeavored to do to ease today's proceedings is put them together in a single place so that we don't have to keep moving between those two files at the relevant point. And so I beg leave, if I may, just to hand up that version of yours. You will see, Chair, that it actually contains the pagination from Ms. Nancy's and Ms. Stimple's bundles, but they've been consolidated in one place just to ease the evidence.
No, that's
so if
fine.
I may beg leave to hand that up, and then that is the other document in front of you.
Okay.
Mr. Mahlangu, it's not anything you haven't seen, it's just pulling those various parts together in one place.
This need not go into record because
No,
it's already
it is there.
Yeah, it's just for convenience.
It's for convenience for today,
Okay.
indeed. Thank you,
you.
Chair. Ms. Mahlangu, I'd then like to take you to your statement, if we may. That is in Exhibit DD4. And you'll find it commencing on page 1. And as I have it, it runs all the way to page 54. If you could turn up page 54 in Exhibit DD4. Mr. Mahlangu, can you confirm that that is your signature on page 54?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And
I think maybe you can bring the mic a little closer to you. Just a little closer. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
And can I take it that now being under oath, you confirm that the statement you provided is true and correct, barring the 3 corrections that I know you want to make to it and will deal with in the course of the evidence?
Through you, Chair, yes, it is. It is
Thank
true
you.
that it is my
Thank you. And could I just ask one other point of clarification, just in terms of the way your statement is structured? As I have it, you begin with the background section, you then detail really the interactions between BNP and SAA, and then towards the end of the statement, you actually deal with a series of questions that were put to you at a prior meeting with the Commission's investigators and legal team. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, it is.
Thank you. And can I confirm that the answers that you give to those questions towards the end of the statement are your answers to those questions?
Yes, through you, Chair, yes.
Thank you.
Indeed, them
Can I
answers.
just be clear as to why I ask? On occasion in those answers, you refer to yourself in the third person. And so, whereas previously you say I, later you say Mr. Mahlangu. So I just needed to be clear that whatever we see in this statement is in fact your account of the facts. Is that right?
Yes, through you, Chair, yes, it is.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mahlangu, also before I get into the detail, there were just 2 parts in your statement where you indicated that certain documents had been indicated would be made available to you after that meeting with the Commission. The 2 sets that you refer to were correspondence from the FSB to the Commission and also correspondence relating to GRISAG investors' meetings. I can tell you where you take those up if you'd like to go to it, but the upshot of my question is you indicate in the statement that they weren't provided. I will take you to where they were in the documents that were provided to you if you persist with the concern that they weren't provided to you prior to your statement being produced. Or can I take it that you're satisfied that those 2 sets of documents were provided to you?
Through you, Chair, I guess what we can do is, as we progress and aspects of the questions that relates to them, we can actually,
Deal with it, certainly.
Yes.
I'm happy to do that, and I can show you then where they were in the documents that were sent to you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Ms. Mahlangu, then I'd like to start, if we may, at page 2 of your statement, because there you detail for us your role in BNP Capital and some of your background. Could you please take us through that?
Through you, Chair. I'm basically the CEO of BNP Capital, which is the company formed in 2010. And basically, I think as I indicated in this particular statement, that in 2017, we actually changed the policy for rebranding. But for purposes of this discussion, we're going to actually name it BNP Capital for consistency. As I've actually indicated in my statement that I'm basically responsible in charge of actually running all the activities of BNP Capital. That is being a director and involved with the day-to-day running of the business. Must I actually proceed? Because
Well, let me, if I may, ask 1 or 2 follow-up questions.
Yes.
I understand at page 2 from paragraph 1.2, you're the sole director of BNP Capital. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And at paragraph 1.3, you talk about your responsibilities, and amongst them, I have it there that you indicate that it's your duty to run the company and ensure that it complies with all relevant laws and corporate governance requirements. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, definitely.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Mahlangu, in terms of your own qualifications and experience, you'll find those beginning over the page at page 3. Can you please take us through what those are?
I've got a Bachelor of Business Science, which is at Wits University, and honors in mathematics, which was done at Wits University, and advanced diploma in company law.
Thank you. And then if we can progress down that page, page 3, at paragraph 2.2, you describe the nature of BNP Capital's business. What is that?
Through you, Chair, it's actually an independent advisory and investment company, which is 100% black-owned and managed. And the company offers basic advisory services which are built on foundation of efficiency and effective delivery of investment solutions, services and solutions.
Thank you. And then if we go over the page to page 4, you detail some of your experience and the experience of BNP Capital under paragraph 2.5. Do you see that?
Yes, yes, through Chair, I do.
And as I understand that paragraph, at paragraph 2.5.1, you're detailing individual experience. Is that your experience, Mr. Mahlangu?
Through you, Chair, yes, it makes sense.
I'll come back to what it is in a moment, if I may. But then under paragraph 2.5.2, you detail BNP Capital's experience as distinct from your own. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, it is correct.
Thank you. And in terms of individual experience, what I'd like to focus on, Mr. Mahlangu, is what experience you and BNP Capital had in 2016. Because 2016, February, March, is when the bid for the transaction advisory services was submitted. So what I just want to be clear about in this paragraph is which is experience you had or BNP Capital had at the time, and which is experience that may have been obtained since then. So if you could assist us with that.
Okay, through you, Chair. I think, okay, what's happening is on this particular page, what I've detailed, it's only my experience, but not the experience of the company. I'll show it up, you can hear me.
That is on page 4?
Yes, on page 4.
Okay. Well, Ms. Hofmeyr, I don't know if you are still going to come to this, but at page 3,
Yes.
I think it will be important for him to give that the length of experience that
Indeed.
he gives there, but obviously the point you make about 2016
Yes.
is important.
Indeed.
So,
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I'll come to it at the end because it is something of a conclusory aspect in 2.3.
yeah, that's fine, yeah.
But let's go through, if we can focus for now, Mr. Mahlangu, at 2.5. I understand your evidence to be what you actually set out there is your own experience, not BNP Capital's experience. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
So where it says at paragraph 2.5.2, BNP Capital experience, must we take that actually to be your individual experience?
Okay. 2.5 is actually, through you, Chair, it's done in 2 ways. The first part, which is 2.5.1, that's individual experience. And when you go down to 2.5.2, that's a company experience.
Thank you. Let's focus then first at individual experience. Of that experience that you list there, please tell us what you had by 2016.
I think I agree with the Chair for obvious reasons when he actually mentioned page 3, because what basically 2.5 has done is a summary of the experience that didn't actually list everything that pertains to my experience. It's just a summary of few transactions that I think were key as far as this commission is concerned. However, if you may indulge me to actually just...
You want to start at 3?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, yeah, start at 3.
As far as 2.3, as far as 2.3 is concerned, there's an...
If you feel that's too close, you can move it a little bit.
Yes,
I may have asked you to bring it too close, so just... Yeah, okay.
There's a correction that I want to make, where it's written 2.3, I have decades experience, which is actually, it's not true. I have more than close to 2 decades of experience in the investment space.
Where it says I have more than a decade's experience, you
yes,
say it should say more than 2 decades.
Close to 2 decades.
Close to 2
yes,
decades.
decades of experience.
Okay.
Basically, I think I've touched as far as my qualifications are concerned, which is, it's merely a Bachelor of Economic Science and honors in mathematics and also company law. As I've indicated before, that BNP Capital was actually, it's an independent advisory firm which was started in 2010. In essence, it was started by 3 individuals. We all actually came from different financial institutions, which was senior guys who were actually working at Deloitte, which is Bonani Matebula, the guy which we're actually going to talk about. And the other guy was Tuso Sencho, which was actually came from Kagiso Investments. So when we started that company, our main objective of that particular company was to actually form a private equity fund, because based on my experience, I will actually go through it here. Given that I've been actually in the private equity space for a while, and as 2.5 indicate, I've been engaged with different financial institutions myself, and basically I've been involved with huge blue chips companies as far as transaction is concerned, and basically done so many private equity transactions. And as far as, just to give a summary of my the experience as far as 2.3, as I've indicated, we, as an individual or as actually a company, because as far as the statement is concerned, it was basically saying, you, Mr. Mahlangu, not a company. So now I had to actually be careful as to how I carve it out.
Yes, I guess that some of the experience that you have, you acquired before BNP was formed.
Definitely.
But when BNP was formed, and you being the sole director, that experience benefited the company.
I agree
Your
with
personal experience would benefit the company.
Yes, I agree with you, Chair.
Yes, the company might not have been involved in all the things that you have been involved, but the company does benefit from the fact that its sole director is somebody with that kind of experience.
Definitely, Chair. I agree with you, Chair. But just to add on that, Chair, as I said, that there were actually 3 gentlemen that were involved. And
okay.
Yes. And those gentlemen were actually very senior guys. As I said, that they were actually senior in, one of the...
At the time when BNP was formed?
Definitely.
So you are the sole director now, but you have not always been the sole director?
Okay. Let me just give a background as far as that aspect is concerned. When the BNP Capital, when BNP was formed...
Which was in 2010?
2010.
Yeah.
So the idea was to actually incorporate other members, to actually make them directors. But it couldn't happen in that particular fashion for obvious reasons, that as time progressed, some guys, realized, actually identified certain aspects within the business to say they actually want to run with certain, part of the business on their own, because they've actually identified a niche for themselves. And some of them actually, one of them actually left, but one person, a senior guy that remained, actually carved out of the business and actually formed his own. And then he said, this is where you want to actually focus. So, however, when we started at the beginning, it was experience which basically was brought by 3 individuals, not one individual.
But did the other 2 ever become part of BNP formally?
Yes, no, yes, they were.
Yeah, so when BNP was formed, they were directors?
Not necessarily directors.
Not directors?
Yes.
What positions did they occupy?
They were quite senior, in a sense
they
that...
are senior officials of the company?
Definitely.
Okay, well, were you the only director even at that time?
Yes, I think the mere fact is we just took things lightly then.
Yes.
Because all of us came from different institutions.
Yes.
So
yes.
we're busy trying to find our
Okay.
footing as far as this business, space is concerned.
Okay.
So as time progressed, it's only then that we realized that, we actually haven't formally actually engaged ourselves. What's the plan going forward? And one individual, which is Tuzo, actually left for obvious.
And when did they leave? Because we just want to see when you became alone and when they left.
Tuzo left.
We don't need the actual date, just round about an estimate of months.
I think one started running this business as a sole director, so to speak, in 2000 because 2016, one of the guys was still there.
Was still there?
Yes.
Okay. The other one had left.
The other one had left.
Oh, okay. So by 2016, there were only 2 of the 3 who were still with BNP.
Definitely.
Okay. And when did the other one leave?
Formally.
The one who was still there in 2016?
Formally, sometime in 2016, yes.
That's fine. So you became, but throughout this period, you were the director. They had positions, but you were the director.
Definitely, but at the same time, we're all running management, so we're all, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mahlangu, if I may just clarify 1 or 2 things. When did you obtain your advanced diploma in company law?
While I was at PIC, which is, it was...
Some years before 2016?
Yes, ages ago, before that.
Right. So you understand the position of a director in a company, correct?
Definitely.
So it was only you who was the sole director of BNP Capital at any point prior to 2016?
Definitely.
The people that you refer to, I'd like to get their names on the record, please. I understand one of them was Mr. Vonani Matebula. Is that correct?
That's true.
And tell us, was he an employee of the company then?
I think as the fact stands now, yes, he was an employee.
Can you help us with that? What does it mean to say as the facts stand now?
Yes, I mean, I think through you, Chair, you just mentioned something very critical as far as company law is concerned. Given that he was not a director, the only thing that he can be is an employee. Yes.
Was he remunerated by the company?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you mentioned a third person. Who was that?
I'm sorry. I get the impression that the status of those 2 might not have been very clear at the time. You seem to hesitate to define them or describe them in any particular fashion, maybe because the 3 of you had discussed forming this entity and so on. Is my impression correct? That their status might not have been as clear as all that in terms of what they were formally.
Not true, Chair.
Yes.
I think when things started,
you might not have bothered about titles and job titles.
Yes, because when we started, when we started, we actually wanted to go with an entity that has already been registered. And when you actually go to CIPC, and that particular individual that provided their details becomes a director. So when we actually formed this company, then the idea was to let's grow this company together. Yes. So we're clear at the beginning as far as what is it that we wanted to do. But as time progressed, and when people realized that, because to actually form a black advisory firm, especially in the financial services space, it's a very tough call, given that opportunities were far in between. So it was very tough. People actually these guys were qualified CAs, both of them. So they were used to actually getting a salary, and suddenly their lives were actually at risk. So there was actually that thinking when we were actually doing this in their minds. Yes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
yes, hence at the beginning, things were not that straightforward, clear as to
Yes.
whether we're going to continue with this thing. Because I remember when we started to actually operating at the restaurant, yes,
Okay.
it was very difficult.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu.
Yes, sorry. Sorry, through you, Chair. I think I was still going through this. Yes,
Yes,
Mahlangu,
okay.
if we
She
can
might
just-
wish to help you with that.
Indeed. Just because we mentioned 3 people, and I'd like to get the third person's name clear. Who was the third person who joined you?
It's Tuso Sencho.
Could you spell that for us?
The Sencho or the Tuso?
Both, please, just for the record.
Yeah.
It's THUSO,
Thank you. And the surname?
SENCHO. It's SENCHO, Sencho.
Essential.
Thank you. And was he in BNP Capital at the time that you bid for the transaction advisory services tender?
No, Tuso wasn't.
And just finally on this point, I know you do want to return. In terms of fiduciary responsibilities to the company, only you had those, is that correct, as its sole director?
As far as, obviously, the responsibilities as far as the company law is concerned, I was, but we're sharing them together with Mr. Matebul.
But he was not a formally appointed director?
Yes.
Thank you. If you'd like to return to paragraph 2.3 on page 3, you were taking us through that.
On 2.3, in essence, through you, Chair, what I'm basically saying there is I've worked with prominent, South African companies, especially in the financial services space. I've been involved in private equity, project finance, corporate finance, and project management and analysis. And I've got my experience ranges across road, transport, mining, health, energy, and other related services. And at the below is, if I can just zoom in there, or rather maybe just discuss the point below is, I started at NEF as a project manager, as a senior project manager, and then I moved to PIC as also a project manager there. Then on page 4, it basically detailed some of the experiences that one actually has done.
If you want, you can read there, whatever you want to highlight there, because it's nothing controversial.
Okay.
If you want to refresh your memory, but if you can just run through it without doing that, it's fine. I just want you to know that you can read this part of your evidence.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, so I will jump to 2.5 now. Yes. In 2.5, has actually been indicated that one has been involved in financial advice and capital raising project for both public and private sector. Also for individual, and also get involved in partnerships with other entities. For instance, as I've indicated below here, that we've basically as an individual, one has worked with so many projects, especially at the Public Investment Corporation. If I can,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mahlangu. I think I have an understanding of why you say one and not I. You remember, Ms. Hofmeyer was saying in part of your statement, you speak in the third person and you say, Mr. Mahlangu this, Mr. Mahlangu that.
Okay.
No, I'm saying I think
Okay.
I understand. I may be wrong, but I know that I know when people put it that way, they don't want to say I, because it's like you are saying this is how good you are, this is all the experience you have.
Okay, I understand you,
My
Chair.
own impression is when people do that, it's normally because they don't want to be seen to be trying to highlight how good they are and so on, but I may be mistaken. So I'm just saying, I know that you say one One.
Okay, no, I understand, Chair.
But I understand, yes.
Yes, I'll try and be consistent.
Yeah, but when you say one, you mean yourself.
Yes, I'll try and say I. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. At PIC, I was a head of funds, meaning I was responsible for all the private equity firms that are, that you see, that are actually out there. I was sitting on the advisory boards, so I would actually go and attend the meetings, give us feedback. If there's any documentation that needs to be done, they would send to me, and basically I'll run with that as far as drawdowns are concerned, as far as investment they need to be disposed, or whatever, issues or management issues that are actually going on in that particular firm, then I would actually run with that. I just highlighted few of the transactions
Yes.
that I got involved in. I think for the sake of this particular exercise, I was also involved in unwinding of 24 billion MTN scheme, which basically we ran along together with Nedbank and RMB were the actually main sponsor and an advisor to the MTN. And also a refinancing of Ralba Fuking. One was actually also involved. I was also a board director of that. I sat as a director representing on behalf of the PIC on that particular transaction. But over and above that, I've been involved in so many of these transactions, meaning in the corporate finance transactions on the PIC side, in the project finance transactions, I was actually also involved in the private equity transactions. I mean, some of them are huge transactions I can mention, but I think for the sake of time, I'll just highlight these.
Yes.
And I will jump to the BNP Capital experience. And the first one is we actually raised the fund, which is up and running as we speak. It's a health fund, which we assisted to raise 1.7 billion. I'll just highlight a few.
Mr. Mahlangu, I do apologize. It's just fairly important for us to understand whether this experience was obtained prior to or after your bid for transaction advisor services in March of 2016. So could we go through each of them? The one you've just referenced at paragraph 2.5.2.1, raising capital for a health fund of approximately 1.7 billion. When did BNP Capital acquire that experience? You can just indicate before or after.
There was, I need to come back to it, but as far as the dates are concerned.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because, yes, but I will highlight the ones that I remember vividly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
As far as the National Treasury, 16 billion transactions that we've raised together with Citibank, yes, that was before.
Before, thank
Yes.
you.
As far as the total transaction, the BE transactions that we've done as a business, that was actually running concurrently. Because you can appreciate that this transaction was actually in 4 jurisdictions. So we had to actually get approvals, especially competition approval, in 4 jurisdictions. So it actually took entire to actually complete this one.
You said concurrently.
Yes.
Do you mean
While we're
it started before 2016 and went into 2016 and beyond, or you mean it happened in 2016?
in 2016.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So had it commenced before March of 2016?
March of 2016. Because I remember, I remember when we were busy with the SAA advisory work. This transaction we're busy with as well.
Thank you.
Yes. So now I need to.
Yes. Would you say it's unlikely to have been completed by March 2016 if it started in 2016?
No. Yes, it's unlikely. It was completed in December.
Yes. If it started before March, only a small portion of it would have been done.
Definitely.
Most part would have happened after.
Yes, I remember it was actually done in December.
Of
Or
2016?
in December 2016.
Yes, it was
Thank
completed in
When you say done, is that when it was finished? Or when it was
financial
started?
close, money exchanged hands.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Thank you.
We're also involved as part of our business. We actually get involved with, as I've indicated before, it's either with law firms, with huge law firms on a particular transaction. with engineering firms. We've done such a beautiful work, especially for water treatment plants with a huge engineering firm. With audit firms, I think we've been actually working together, on a larger scale with audit firms. We've been partnering with them on many of the projects. We implemented them together. And
Just remember that Ms. Hofmeyer wants you to
Yes.
always say whether it's before or after March 2016 when you mention experience, where you remember and where you need to come back to us, you can mention.
yes, especially this was actually before that.
Okay.
Yes,
Which
yes.
one are we referring to now, Mr. Mahlangu?
The academic hospital.
So you've jumped down to paragraph 2.5.2.5.
Oh,
Is
the
that
Ascendis,
correct?
sorry. The Ascendis one was also in 2016. It was running concurrently, together with the total transaction. The one 2.5.25 was also a feasibility study, which was actually done prior to 2016.
Mr. Mahlangu, if I may just stop you there, because that's your list of particular BNP Capital experience. What I'm interested in is that most of these, as I understand your evidence, are occurring concurrently with the work on the transaction advisory services for SAA, or have been completed before. Is that correct?
Some concurrently, but some is, I think what I don't want to do is actually to mislead this commission as far as the
Yes.
dates are concerned.
Yes.
And I just need to map up the dates as to when, so that,
No, that's fine.
Yes.
I haven't followed as closely as I should have. Maybe what we should do, Ms. Hoffman, is we should actually go experience by one, and you say before, you say after, before, after. Where you can't remember, you say I'll come back to you on that.
definitely,
Okay,
yes. I
but
think-
where you can remember, you tell us before or after or during 2016, because I understand some are during 2016. Okay,
Chair,
I think
I'm
let's do
indebted.
that.
I'm indebted for that, and maybe I should jump ahead.
Okay.
So that we understand why this is of some importance.
Yes, yes.
Ms. Mahlangu, when you bid for the transaction advisory services tender at SAA, I have not seen in that bid any of this experience referred to. And that is why it is of some importance for the Commission to understand whether you had the experience before and it wasn't referenced in the bid, in which case we'll explore that further, or whether this is experience you couldn't have referenced in the bid because you acquired it only after March of 2016. So in fairness to you, that's where the question comes from.
Okay,
So
I
let's,
understand.
with that in mind, look at each of them. Let's go back to page 4, if we may. We start at the bottom. You detail at paragraph 2.5.2.1 BNP Capital's experience in raising capital for a health fund of approximately 1.7 billion. Did you have that before March 2016?
Through you, Chair, as I've indicated, I just need to actually check the
You
dates.
check and come back.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll make a
okay.
note, thank you.
Yes, or maybe what I can do is I would actually verify it, is maybe during the break.
No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
so
yeah.
that
Yes.
we don't delay.
Indeed.
I think probably you will spend the whole day with us, so during the tea break or during the
Yes.
lunch break, you can check if you are able to.
Chair, I've got no difficulty with that, and maybe
Yes.
we leave this paragraph then so we can get clarity after the break
Yes.
from Mr.
Yes,
Mahlangu.
no, that's fine.
Just to be
So-
clear what we're interested
Yes,
in,
yeah.
it's paragraph 2.5.2. Each of the 5 bits of experience that are listed there as BNP Capital experience, if you'll assist us after the break to tell us which of that experience BNP Capital had prior to March of 2016, we will be indebted.
So in other words, we leave this part of the experience for now.
For now.
So that you are able during the break to check whatever information you need, and then so that when we come back to it, you have the information.
Yes, I
We'll
agree
deal
with you,
with
Chair.
it later, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then at that page, still page 5, at paragraph 2.5.3, as I have it, you reference various partnerings with commercial banks on various projects. Chair, with your leave, I'm going to suggest the same approach be taken there, that we just enable Mr. Mahlangu to get clarity over the break as to which
Yes.
experience was before or after.
That's fine, yeah.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Mahlangu, I'd like to take you, if I may, before we get into more of the detail of the engagements with SAA, to the actual bid that BNP Capital submitted for the transaction advisor services. You would have heard from my introduction this morning, I've attempted to collate the various parts of that bid into one document, and you'll find it in the soft file in front of you. And Chair, as we indicated earlier, no need to enter this in the record. It's just going to be for our convenience. And just to orientate everyone, Chair, the pagination, and Mr. Mahlangu, the pagination in the top right-hand corner of each page is either going to reference a page preceded by PN, which is a reference to Ms. Nancy's bundle, which is exhibit DD2, or it's going to reference CASS, which is a reference to a paginated page of Ms. Stimple's bundle, which is DD1. But because we alternate between them in this document, I'm actually going to ask, if I may, that both of you look at the bottom of the page, because what is useful there is you get on the bottom right-hand side page 1 of 55, or page 2 of 55. That referencing is how I've been able to compile this from the two sources. And so the reference I'll use for now, I'll always give the paginated reference, Chair, for the record. But in order for us to navigate, I'll ask you to go, for example, to page 15 of 55, and then we will find it fairly easily.
Okay.
Oh, I thought if you simply said something like CAS 373.
It's not as easy, Chair, because it doesn't run sequentially in
is that
CAS.
so? Okay.
So I endeavored to do it this morning myself, and I
Yes.
realized the easier reference is at the bottom,
Yes.
but I will always give, for record purposes,
Yes.
what the paginated
the
page
top.
reference is,
Okay.
just so that we can find it a bit more easily.
Okay.
Mr. Mahlangu, as I have it, there are various parts of the bid that BNP Capital put together that you signed. And I'd like to take you to those parts that you appended what I take to be your signature to. The first one you'll find at page 20 of 55 in that pack in front of you. So if you go to page 20 of 55, its reference for the record is CASS 391. Do you see that, Mr. Mahlangu?
Yes, I do. Through you, Chair.
And can you confirm that that is your signature on that page?
Yes, it is.
So this is a declaration, if you go back the page previous, which is in fact for the paginated record to be found at PN 212, but on the internal referencing, it's page 19 of 55. That is a declaration of interest. We'll look at it in due course. But for present purposes, I just wanted to confirm you have signed that declaration of interest on behalf of BNP Capital. Is that correct?
That's true.
Thank you. The next one I'd like to take you to is page 27 of 55. And for the purposes of the record, that appears in PN 216, which is a reference to Ms. Nancy's bundle DD2. Again, I see a signature there, Mr. Mahlangu. Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
As I have it, you're confirming the bank details of BNP Capital there. Have I understood that?
I'm sorry, I think there are two signatures on that page.
Ah, indeed.
There is one, well, actually there are three.
Yes.
There is the first one immediately after, soon after the first date stamp there, and then there is one in the middle, there is one at the bottom.
Indeed, Chair, I should have been much more precise. If we can go through them, Mr. Mahlangu, do you see the one under the stamp of the bank, which says signature bank official? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is
through
that
Chair.
your signature?
Yes, it's my signature.
Well, let's go above, if we may. Do you see the stamp in the middle of the page, referencing for Merchant Place?
Yes, I do.
Do you see below there, there's a line that says initials and surname bank official? Do you see that?
Yes, I do. through
And
Chair.
what is referenced there? What appears on that line?
The name that is written there.
You mean for the bank official?
Yes.
It's PM Hlalele.
Right? And below that, there appears to be a space for a signature of a bank official. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is the signature that appears on that line your signature?
As far as the bank,
Yes.
no.
Thank you. We're just trying to get clarity.
Initially, you said yes.
Yes, so
That's why she's going back to try and help you, because she realizes you didn't understand.
yes.
No, okay.
Yeah.
I know you and I, Mr. Mahlangu, went straight for your signature on the page, but
Yes.
the chair has pointed out, with respect entirely correctly, that there are 3 signatures on this page. So we're just trying to get, for clarity's purposes,
Okay.
which is yours and which are the signatures of others.
Okay.
So as I have your evidence, under the line signature of bank official, that is not your signature, correct?
Correct.
Then slightly below that, under the line that says telephone number bank official, there is then an entry that says signature, and then there's a space, and then what is recorded is duly authorized to sign on behalf of, and if you carry on the next line, BNP Capital. The signature that appears on that signature line, is that your signature?
Yes, it's mine, through Chair.
Thank you. And then at the bottom of the page, under a capitals heading reading Commissioner of Oaths, there is then the 3rd signature on that page. Is that your signature?
No, Chair, I'm not a commissioner of oath.
Thank you. So as I understand this page, and correct me if I'm wrong, where you sign at the place that you've identified as being your signature, you were doing so as the duly authorized representative of BNP Capital to confirm its banking details, which appear higher on that page. Have I understood that page correctly?
Yes, through Chair.
Thank you. And then if we go to page 51 of this pack, that page, for the record, will be found in Exhibit DD2, Ms. Nancy's bundle, at page 227. I think I'm correct in saying there's only one signature on this page. Can you identify, Mr. Mahlangu, whether that is your signature?
Yes, it is, through Chair.
I think Mr. Mahlangu agrees with you.
Yes, I think we're on the same page at this point. Mr. Mahlangu, if you just go back one page to page 50 of 55, which for the record will be found in DD1, Exhibit DD1, which is Ms. Stimple's bundle at page 421, you'll see that that is a declaration of what's called independent bid adjudication. And as I have it, that is what you sign at page 51 of 55 on the internal numbering. Can you confirm that?
Yes, that's true.
Thank you. And Mr. Mahlangu, before we go into the actual details about how the whole idea of BNP Capital bidding for these services at SAA arose, just like to clarify, BNP Capital's triple BEE status in March of 2016, a what level contributor was it?
3,
Level 3.
yes.
Thank you. I'd then like to look in some detail, Mr. Mahlangu, at the relationship that developed between BNP Capital on the one hand and Mr. Mngadi and inline trading on the other hand.
Okay.
And for that purpose, I'd like to take us, if I may, to page 11 of your affidavit. apologies, your statement, which has now been confirmed under oath.
Through you, Chair.
Yes.
On sometime in February in 2016, a gentleman by the name of Ramupu gave me a call, and then he said a friend of his wanted to actually my details for us to actually sit down and explore and doing business together. And then he asked me whether can he actually give this gentleman my email address. And then I agreed to say, you can, because I trusted him, because we've been working with him for some time, because I've actually, even while I was at PIC, funded some of their transactions. So on the 9th of Feb, I then received an email. And that email says...
I'm sorry, you said on the 9th of February?
Yes.
Okay, but the guy who had called you...
At the beginning of Feb.
Beginning, okay,
yes.
all right.
On the 9th of February, I then got a call, got an email actually, not even a call, because it didn't have my contact details. So that email is actually, it reads under 5.2. And then just to summarize, it says, Rampa Ramupo, a mutual friend referred me to you. I would like us to work together jointly by submitting a response to the TA RFI, which came to market this past Sunday to perform this role for SAA. Timings of essence, this RFI closes next Tuesday, which was the 16th of September.
Apologies.
Of February.
I mean, of February, sorry.
Yes.
Yes. And I think what then transpired then, without actually going word for word, what then transpired, then Mr. Mngadi sent us an email together with his detail. I mean, with basically introducing
when you say
himself.
Sent us, you mean sent you?
Oh, send me an email.
BNP, yeah.
Yes, BNP an email,
Yeah.
and basically introducing himself, and at the same time forwarded an RFI, which basically he got from, if you can actually go to, I'm not sure how the appendix is actually done here, especially the annexures.
Ms.
Okay,
Mahlangu,
Ms. Hofmeyer will
I can
help you.
assist you.
Yes.
That's part of my role today.
Yes.
If you'd like to go to the first email,
Yes.
which is at PDM1, it's under tab 1, and you'll find it at page 55. 55. If you follow under tab 1, you should find it immediately.
Yeah, page 55 has been...
It's been written over. Unfortunately, if you go to the next page, you see the next page is very
Yes.
clearly 56.
Yes, no.
But the tabs are also useful, Mr. Mahlangu, just to orientate us.
Yes, I'm actually on there, it's PDM 056.
Yes.
Yes. And in essence, through you, Chair, what I was trying to actually highlight was how we actually summarize this email that is sent to us.
Yes.
Yes. And basically, in the same email, they actually attached even the RFI that they actually,
Yes.
that we're supposed to work on. And if you actually, what's interesting about this?
Was it an RFI or already an RFP?
An RFI.
It was still an RFI, okay.
Yes. What basically is interesting, if you actually flip over to page 3, you could even tell that Mr. Mngadi himself actually purchased this RFI. At the bottom it says, "Good day, Salas. Kindly email me the RFP."
I'm sorry. You might be too fast. The first email you wanted to draw my attention to at page 55, is it the top one on the page or bottom one?
Okay.
The one you have already talked about?
Yes, it's PDM 056.
Or you are on the next page? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. There's a first one. The first one is the...
Is that the ones greeting you as Hater Den?
Yes.
Okay, yes, that's from
Ramba, a mutual friend, referred me to you. And then it goes on, I would like us to actually work together jointly by submitting a response to the transition advisor, which came to market this past Sunday, to perform this role for SAA. The timings of essence, this RFI closes next Tuesday, which is 16th of Feb. And understand that you are currently in George. Okay, that's
Yeah.
below that is there's attached undercover here for please find the transaction advisor RFI for your perusal. When you are back and sent in tomorrow morning, kindly can we meet to discuss this opportunity?
Okay, I can see that, yes.
Yes, and then I think on the same page at the top, that was my response. I'd like to acknowledge a receipt of your email. I'm keen for us to submit a joint bid on this assignment. Unfortunately, I'll be available on Thursday morning. In the meantime, we'll start working on the proposal.
Yes.
Yes.
And then, Mr. Mahlangu, if we go back to your statement at page 11, I understand that you did then meet with Mr. Mngadi, is that correct?
Definitely we did.
I'd like to
Check.
ask some specific questions about that meeting. When did it occur?
On Thursday, as I've mentioned in this, now on that, I have to go back to that, because that's when I referred to him that I'll be available on that particular day, which was Thursday.
Right, so it's the Thursday after the 9th of February email, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where did you meet?
At what's the name of that place? Let me remember. Felons, at the Felons Hotel.
Fellows Hotel.
Yes,
And
Felons.
where is that? Sorry, Fairlands. did you
Yes,
say?
Felons.
Okay. Where is that?
Where's Felons? I'll have to, I know where it is, but
Yeah,
the area,
Or the
I'm not sure
area.
what it's called.
You would have to check. Okay.
Yes, you just have to, it's a
Yes.
Felons Boutique Hotel.
Okay.
You can give us that after the break, if that's useful. And who was at that meeting?
It was me and him,
Just the two of you?
yes.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Mahlangu, in paragraph 5.4 on page 11 of your statement, you detail what Mr. Mngadi told you at that meeting. Can
Yes.
you take us through that?
When we actually met with Mr. Mngadi, he then actually mentioned an opportunity that was available at SAA. Mind you, when actually, before we could even meet through you, Chair, he already forwarded an RFI, which I have actually asked the guys at the office to look at it and work and see what is that is required on that RFI, so that we can try and comply as much as we can. And basically, he gave us a sort of an overview of the opportunity and his experience as far as the client is concerned, which is SAA. So basically narrated, a story to the effect that he's well versed with the issues that SAA is facing, and even some of the issues that we understand currently, that basically SAA is in the clutches of the big banks that are slowly squeezing it out, as far as the terms of the funding that is actually at SAA through those banks, and he actually it came up with a solution to actually come to try and assist SAA to breed firstly, because some of the banks are actually driving it to a point of insolvency, as we currently know the status of SAA as we speak now, and also he narrated his actually understanding of the aviation space. And basically gave us sort of deep understanding of some of the issues, what needs to be done, and how those things needs to be done. And based on our discussion there, he then mentioned a company.
Mr. Mahlangu, if you don't mind, just before you get to the company,
Yes.
I have a few follow-up questions in relation to what you've said.
Yeah.
Did you inquire from Mr. Mngadi how he had acquired that wealth of experience?
Not necessarily. I didn't, actually. I think in our space, if I meet, I think it's business as usual with entrepreneurs. If I meet someone who says to me he's actually a miner, And then and the basis of that, and that minor was actually referred by another minor to me, who I actually trust and have worked with on so many mining transactions. If they come and actually present a story to me, I will actually believe it on the basis of who referred that person to me.
Understood. I'm not suggesting at that point that you weren't to believe it. I'm asking what information you had at the time of that meeting. Because as I understand your statement, you said he informed you, this is at paragraph 5.4, of his long-standing client-consultant relationship with SAA.
Yes.
So what I would just like to understand, did you probe that any further? Did you probe what transactions he'd been involved in with SAA, in what capacity, how he'd come to acquire all of this knowledge?
And like, what do you do for a living? What do you do? That kind of thing. I think
Yes.
that's, yeah.
Through you, Chair. It's unfortunate because in our space, we meet so many people, and it depends on how that individual, how you meet that particular individual. For instance, if I meet someone on the street and then they start telling me about things that they are good at and opportunities that they've got, and they want my participation or business participation, I would definitely probe further, because I've never seen this, no one has referred me to this particular individual. But in our investment and advisory space, it's a question of referral. If someone, we get referrals on a daily basis, and I would meet people, big clients, that I'll sit in front of them because someone has referred me to them. They wouldn't ask me, what is that I've done? They'll just say, we've got an opportunity here, please come up with a solution, let's move forward. So it's not the nature of our business where we actually question. If, for instance, I just met him on the street, definitely I would have asked that particular question.
Yes, no, but you assumed that Ms. Hofmeyer wants to criticize you. All she wanted is whether, by any chance, you might have asked certain questions to Mr. Mngadi, but you say this particular type of question you did not ask, and you have explained why you did not ask.
Yes, just to add there through you, Chair. I think what I'm trying to highlight was when Mr. Mngadi was referred to us, he was referred by a very reliable friend and a partner, and a guy who's got massive experience in the deal-making space.
No, I understand
Yes.
that. I understand that you have told us that because of the person who referred Mr. Mngadi to you, you regarded Mr. Mngadi as somebody that you could deal with, and you were not going to necessarily ask certain questions, at least at that time.
Yes, I guess at that, you're right here. I think at that point in time, he when we actually sat down, he just gave a whole overview of the issues, and some of the issues which basically were well documented in the news, news articles which we all knew about, with the issues.
Yes, no. I just want to understand that, at least at this stage, Ms. Hofmeyer is not necessarily seeking to criticize you for not asking.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure that we make progress.
Okay.
She was just asking, did you ask him such and such a question?
No, I didn't.
And if you didn't, you say, no, I didn't.
Okay, I
If
didn't.
she takes it further, you can then justify yourself if it's necessary. But
Okay.
if not, you just answer the question.
Thanks for guidance, Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
all
No, I
right.
didn't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're indebted. Did you ask Mr. Mngadi where he was employed?
No, I didn't.
And I understand from your testimony you did, however, leave that meeting with an understanding that he had a long-standing client or consultant relationship with SAA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I also understood from your evidence a moment ago that he had particular knowledge of the aviation space. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he also spoke to you, as I have your evidence, about the unfavorable terms that banks were lending to SAA at the time. Is that correct?
That's true. That's correct.
Did you probe how he had that knowledge?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. And now there will be a follow-up question. Did you not deem it necessary to find out how he would have that particular information which ordinarily would be confidential to SAA, the terms on which banks are lending to it?
Through you, Chair. I think it's, as I've indicated before, it's the nature of our business. If someone comes to you and basically says, I'm involved with a particular client, and they give you an overview of that particular client and a deep understanding of the issues. Unfortunately, when we do business, we don't do business with a view that we're going to actually audit ourselves in the process and ask, the questions that you're asking. But it's what's supposed to be achieved at a point in time. So when he gave me the information to say, this is, because some of the information, as I said, that was actually well publicized in the news articles. So, we understand that this person says, this is my client. It's like if I tell somebody that I've got, this is my particular client, they know that, okay, fine, perhaps I've got intimate knowledge about that client. I've worked with that client at some point, understand some of the detail, at least, as far as that client is concerned. So I didn't actually probe any further when he told me that this is his client. I just believed that whatever that he told me. So I didn't actually ask any further. Thank you.
And the level of information he had about the client SAA, did that raise any concerns for you that he may have been directly connected to anyone in a decision-making role at SAA?
Through you, Chair, no.
So you didn't inquire as to whether he did have personal relationships with anyone at SAA?
No, because I think, just to add on that, the level of information that he provided, obvious, I think at this point in time, was dealing directly with the office. And in that particular office, I had CAs, I had masters guys that have got, masters in investments, and basically was dealing directly with them. I was not actually involved at that level. There was actually a huge exchange of information. However, when one looks at that particular information, it's basically an analysis of, of what he said he actually understands SAA and has actually been with SAA has been with his client. So I wouldn't actually try and second guess and say, perhaps this is how did we actually get this information? Because it was just information to say, this is how things are going to go, this is the rate, this is that, this is that. So, given, what has actually transpired now, I don't think, as far as the line of business is concerned, we're actually skeptical about whoever that you deal with. Maybe it's in hindsight when all the information is presented in front of you, or a commission of these sorts that comes to you and says, actually, we've got a different understanding based on yours. Then it's only then that one would actually move back and review things differently. But at that point in time, we were not skeptical about whatever things that were happening.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu. Chair, I see we're close to the tea break, but I have one follow-up question in relation to this line, and then it might be appropriate.
Yeah.
Mr. Mahlangu, as I understand your evidence, Mr. Mgadi left you with a clear sense that he had a lot of experience with SAA. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, he left me with a clear sense that he understands their requirements, and that SAA has been his client.
Thank you.
Yes.
He was approaching you, though, as I understand your evidence, to bid for the transaction advisor services tender. Is that correct?
What do you mean, me as an individual or as a company?
Apologies. He had approached you on the email, but as I understand it, it was for BNP Capital to bid for the tender.
Yes,
is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you inquire of him in this meeting when he told you about SAA as his client and his previous experience in aviation, why he didn't just bid for the tender?
He did actually mention his, because I'm not sure whether we're going to talk about inline trading here.
Now is appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu.
So he did mention to us an inline trading company that he said we're actually going to partner with. If you can actually go through the same pages, I think it's PDM. So let me just familiarize myself. We actually provided that information for inline trading.
I can find that for you. If you just give me the description, then I'll know what you're referring to. It's the email in which he doesn't want his name to appear in the bid.
Definitely, yes.
Yes, you'll find that under tab 22 at page 144.
22, okay, there we go.
Mr. Mahlangu, before we go to it, I just would like to orientate ourselves in time, if we may.
Yes.
You first get the communication from him on the 9th of February, correct?
Definitely.
Then you have a meeting on the next Thursday, and then what we're looking at page 144, I understand to be an email dated 13 February 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Please tell us what the email contains.
This email, through you, Chair, this email is the email that is sent to, as I've indicated, that I hardly get involved at the bidding stage. Yes, I've got a huge team that is involved, the CAs, the masters guys that actually get involved. My responsibility at the end is to actually either sign off or have an engagement with one of the senior guys to say where the issues are, how can we actually move around those issues. So this is the email that he sent to one of the guys at the office.
Can you give us the person's name?
It's Ivan Moyo at the office. And then he says, "Hi, Ivan, I recommend the following amendments, because when we actually met, just to tie up with the discussion that we're having as far as inline trading, he actually mentioned that he's got an entity called Inline Trading, and he wishes us to actually partner with that entity. So as time progressed, then at the office, my understanding was his details was actually in the bid document. So as time progressed, so he sends this email to one of the employees on Saturday, and then he says, "Hi, Ivan, I recommend the following amendments." And unfortunately, I was not even CC'd on this. I just got an email. Actually, I just got this through you, Chair. Given this commission, I just got this from Ivan, I think about 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago.
Yes, trying to prepare for this, to
Yes.
say, I don't understand what's happening, because I don't get involved right at the bottom when
Yes.
things are done. But
Yes.
what has actually happened?
Yes,
Yes.
okay.
And then he actually had to send me, come up with this email.
Yes.
So this email says, "Please delete the reference to Masocha Mgadi in its entirety. And its place kindly include Brendan King. Please include the following as the company profile of Inline Trading. Limited company profile. I cannot insert as the document you sent is a read-only document. Inline Trading, which is 10, proper to limited expertise in funds management." So basically was giving us an overview of the inline trading, which is in fund management, automotive, and the aviation sector. Inline trading expertise and track record has been accumulated for a period of in excess of 10 years. So I just wanted to actually highlight to you, Chair, to say this is how actually we got involved with inline trading, and to what extent, and what information was exchanged during that particular course when the tender was actually put together.
Ms. Mahlangu, thank you for that. I do just want to round off on my question, which was, did you probe with him why he wasn't, through his entity, now we understand it to be inline trading, tendering itself for this transaction advisory services tender? Because he told you, as I understand the meeting by that point, about extensive experience that he and his company had.
He actually did mention, the first point through you, Chair, he said he was looking for a credible advisory firm that had massive experience in the investment space, with a track record that is necessary, with expertise, with execution, capabilities. So hence, he wanted to partner with us. On the other hand, as he mentioned in the email, he was going to bring in, the aviation expertise, which is what is required as far as this particular RFI was required, and basically those two, if we put those two companies together, then we can actually comply as far as the request for information is concerned.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of follow-up questions, but we should probably take the break and then we can deal with them after.
Yes, we'll take the tea break and we'll resume at 25 to 12. We adjourn.
on your testimony that I understood to be explaining to us what Mr. Mngadi had relayed to you was his plan for this partnership between Inline Trading and BNP Capital. Is that correct? If you will just turn it on. Yes, press that button in front of you. That's perfect. Thank you. And Mr. Mahlangu, we can pick that up at page 12 of your statement. And I have it that at paragraph 5.5 on that page, you start to explain precisely what we were exploring before the break. The sentence introducing that paragraph reads, "The nature of the joint venture to be formed was on the basis of the following considerations." And at 5.5.1, you write there that Mr. Mngadi was approaching myself and BNP Capital on the basis of mine and the company's experience in the financial advisory and capital raising field. I'd like to stop there, just so that we can explore that basis for the partnership, if we may. Explain to me, Mr. Mahlangu, what was your understanding of the RFI at the time? What services was SAA looking for?
Through you, Chair, they've requested an entity or a service provider that would come in and assist them as far as debt consolidation is concerned, and basically doing an analysis as far as their financials are concerned.
And Ms. Mahlangu, do you understand there to be a difference between transaction advisory services and sourcing of funds or capital raising?
Yes, those are completely different.
They are completely different. We've had previous evidence clarifying that. It's useful to know that you and I are on the same page about that. So the transaction advisory services that you were bidding for had nothing to do with capital raising, did it?
Through you, Chair, yes.
But then I just want to go back to what is said at page 12, paragraph 5.5.1, because as I understand what you've recorded there, Mr. Mngadi said he wanted your and BNP Capital's experience in the financial advisory and capital raising fields. I'd like to probe that further. Capital raising wasn't relevant though, was it?
As far as the bill was concerned, it wasn't.
Right. So that wouldn't have been a reason for the two entities to partner, that experience that your company had?
I wouldn't say that though, because our company by its nature does both. Yes.
But Mr. Mahlangu, we're exploring why Mr. Mngadi suggested the two entities should come together to bid for this tender,
Okay.
Correct?
Correct, I understand.
So you accept at that stage capital raising was irrelevant?
Yes, I accept.
Thank you. The second explanation you give in paragraph 5.5.1 is that he was approaching you and BNP Capital, I'm picking it up in the third line of that paragraph, because of your broad-based black economic empowerment credentials. Do you see that?
Yes, sorry.
Did you explore that with him and why his company didn't have those credentials?
As far as the discussion through you, Chair, with inline trading was, according to understanding, not a company that was actually fully fledged, especially in this particular space, as far as the requirements, the RFI requirements were concerned. So when you actually approached us, it was based on a question of what inline trading had at that point in time and what we had as a company. So the difference between inline trading, when we actually had to, when we explored, what is it that was available at inline trading, was basically an entity that was not trading at that point in time, and the only thing that it had was basically the aviation experience and basic individuals with that particular experience, not necessarily that the company has actually been in that particular space for long.
Mr. Mahlangu, I want to follow up on that, but I will return to my question about BEE credentials, because I'm not certain that that answer relates to the comparative triple BEE credentials of the two entities. But let me follow up on what you have testified to. I have your evidence to be that you had understood at the time that inline trading was not fully fledged And that it had not been trading at that point in time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, could we then return to Annexure 22?
I'm sorry, just before
Apologies.
that, did you understand whether it had ever commenced trading?
Obviously, inline trading had a what you call it, a statement, which is a SAR statement. It means it was actually operational. But as to whether activities in that particular company took place, it was a different discussion.
You didn't know, or you did know?
No, we didn't know.
You didn't know whether
Yes.
it had any trading activities?
Yes, I think through you, Chair, that information came through when later when we actually seek certain information. I think maybe at that point we're going to discuss later as
No,
to
that's fine.
how we then had to actually restructure our arrangement.
No, that's fine.
Ms. Mahlangu, I would like to be very clear here because it is of some importance. At the time that you were meeting with Mr. Mngadi, in preparation for putting in the bid, we're now at about 13 February. Did you understand the position to be that inline trading did not have trading experience?
Through you, Chair. Hence I'm saying trading experience might be maybe in this particular case not an appropriate word, in a sense that it has a tax clearance certificate. So by virtue of it having a tax clearance certificate, it means there's been some activity in there. However, as to in the space that we add, that was actually required, which is the balance sheet optimization and debt consolidation, whether it had that experience in the advisory space, it's something. That's what I'm actually referring to here.
Because, Mr. Mahlangu, you indicate in your statement later on that the reason why you didn't submit any financials for inline trading is because it had no trading experience. Do you recall that?
Yes,
So it had no trading experience, to your knowledge?
definitely it had. It could have a trading experience, but I don't know. I can't actually vouch for it. However, given that it's a small entity, the difference is whether it had financials is a different story, because some companies don't actually not compelled to actually financials, especially when they are actually small entities or startup entities.
Well, part of this questioning arises from your own evidence. I asked you whether you knew whether it had commenced trading at some stage, and you said it had a tax number, and but you said as to whether it had any activities, you didn't know. Did I understand your evidence correctly?
That's true.
Yes, and I understood that to be a reference to trading activities of any kind, not necessarily in the sector in which BNP was involved. Was my understanding correct of what you intended to say? In other words, when you say you didn't know whether it had any activities, was I correct to think you were talking about trading activities?
Yes. Basically, what I'm referring to, Chair, is given that inline trading, when they got information at the office, I think the issue was financials. But as far as other documentation were concerned, they could actually provide. And my take, as far as that is concerned, is if a company doesn't have financials, one, it's either there are two possibilities or a couple of possibilities. But the main one is it's either there has been trading in that particular company, meaning activities in that company. Two, or this company doesn't see a need of it having financial statements. Yes, but as far as the aspect of, as I mentioned, as the aspect of what the RFP required, that's what I was actually referring to say, I don't think they had much experience in that area.
Yes, no, I just want to make sure we are speaking we're not speaking at cross purposes. There is the question whether that entity had experience or had been involved in activities that are immediately relevant to the bid.
That's true.
Okay? That's what you may have been talking about. But also, I would imagine it would be important to first know what activities, what business activities it has been involved in. If it hasn't been involved in the sector that you are in, because if you find out that this is an entity, for example, that was just registered and has never done anything of any kind, that might be relevant to the question of how legitimate is it for me to undertake this kind of project or job with an entity which has never been involved in any business activity at all. Do you understand what I mean?
I understand,
So I was
Chair.
asking in regard to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whether in terms of your knowledge at that time covered that, or whether you say, no, I actually didn't know. You might have got to know that later.
Yes, I think, through you, Chair, I think the latter is true. At that point in time, one didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mahlangu, I'd like to probe that a bit further. You needed to submit the financials for both entities that formed the JV when you bid for the tender at SAA, did you not?
That was the initial thought at the beginning.
No, I'm asking, was it a requirement of the bid that you submit the financials of both entities in the JV who were bidding for the tender?
Yes, we're not a JV. Can I just maybe talk about it?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm going to be jumping around here. As we actually explored with inline trading, as far as what is it that they have, what is that they don't have. Obviously, I think in this document, we've actually loosely used the word JV and consortium. Yes, and in our understanding is, especially in our market space, as far as these terms are concerned, sometimes it depends, because some companies come together and form a consortium, and then that consortium is basically it's a company that gets registered, and their interest actually gets known upfront, and then the same company that is that it owns by these different parties.
It's a formal arrangement.
Definitely, yes. But in some instances, especially given that there was just at the beginning there was just a request for information. So when you engage with inline trading, the understanding at the beginning was let's form a JV. But as my team actually went through the documentation and realized that that particular structure won't actually work with us, yes, based on some of the information that the guys didn't have. So then the conclusion that was taken was, let's form a consortium, but it's unincorporated consortium, which we've actually done it in many of these transactions. I mean, even in this bid that the one that as part of the experience where we actually had to do an exercise for the health department, that 400 billion on academic hospital. That was arrangement. So we've got a lead which actually lead the consortium, and the consortium, in essence, what then they do is they submit minimum information to that as far as the requirements are concerned. So in this particular case, that's the route we took, given the information that was available at that point in time.
I just want to understand. You decided that a joint venture would not be suitable.
Yeah.
Yes, and you decided that BNP
Be the lead.
would be the bidder.
Yes, the lead bidder.
The lead bidder.
Yes.
And you decided what status or role did you then assign to Mr. Mngadi's entity?
Yes, I think it's actually detailed here as to when we sort of carved out the responsibilities as to who was going to do what, as far as the responsibilities are concerned.
Okay, no, that's fine. We'll come to that. The reason why I am interested in how you decided to, what role or status you gave to your relationship is because I saw that it looks like the correspondence between SAA and yourselves, and I use that in the plural, and from you yourselves to SAA and from SAA to yourselves seemed to have been on the letterheads of BNP only, and no other entity was mentioned in any way. And that would suggest to me that as far as SAA is concerned, BNP was the bidder and nobody else. And that you yourselves knew that there is only one bidder. You might have some arrangements between yourselves, I mean BNP and Mr. Mngadi's entity, but really if the question is asked, who is the bidder, the answer would be BNP if the truth were to be told. That's what I began to think when I looked at the correspondence.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking the question. If you decided that you were not going to form a joint venture because you had decided that would be unsuitable, what is it then was the nature of the relationship and what was the role of Mr. Mngadi's entity?
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the clarity. What I would like to do, Chair, just to put that, is to give you experience in this particular space. Because as far as this SAA tender is concerned, that's not the only structure that has been used in that particular arrangement. I'm actually going to mention a couple of structures that we've done, which includes, for instance, we partnered. I didn't want to mention some of the audit firms here,
yes,
but we partnered with Deloitte, yes, to actually to vet the sinking fund, which was run by regiments at City of Johannesburg, and that arrangement, when you look at it, Deloitte was the lead. So as far as the letter of appointment is concerned in the correspondence, Deloitte actually was receiving all the information, even on the letterhead. However, when the submission was made, Deloitte actually did say BNP Capital is actually a subcontractor. And then as far as the responsibilities of that are concerned, then it got mapped out between us and Deloitte to say this is how we're going to actually regulate this particular relationship. So even in this particular case, I mean, there are so many, even in the hospital. In the hospital, there were subcontractors. Yes, I remember.
I don't have a problem with what you are explaining and with subcontractors.
Yes.
I just want us to get it right,
okay,
as to whether we are dealing with a situation where there was a joint venture between BNP and inline trading, or whether we are dealing with a situation where the bidder was BNP, but it had some arrangement between itself and inline trading, which didn't raise inline trading to the level of being a bidder or a joint bidder itself, but simply to have an arrangement with BNP which would assist BNP to carry out or execute the bid if it got the tender.
Yes, through you, Chair. As I said at the beginning, when this thing was actually crafted out, and the thinking was we're going to work together as partners. Yeah. However, when certain information was actually requested by my office that needed to come through, and then we realized that in this particular case, because remember when you actually form a JV, it comes with a lot of responsibilities, and given the time frames that actually were available, so we didn't have any time. So hence, I think there was a chopping and changing as far as the strategy as to how do then position this entity so that at the same time we don't prejudice, the opportunity that is there by actually putting a structure which is not working. Yes.
Okay, no, that's fine. Ms. Hofmeyer, you might wish to continue. Yeah.
Ms. Mahlangu, you bid as a consortium/joint venture with Inline Trading 10 Pty Limited, did you not?
That's true.
Correct. Let's go to that page. You'll find it in your soft file, which comprises your bid submission, and you'll find it at internal page 22 of 55. Which, Chair, for the record, comes from Ms. Stimple's exhibit, DD1 at page 393.
Yes, thank you.
You'll see there, sorry, Ms. Mahlangu, let me let you get to it. You'll see there the first bold entry on that page, about a third of the way down, requires the bidder, in case of a consortium or joint venture, to provide the full details on the consortium or joint venture members if applicable. And you see that entered there is Inline Trading 10 Pty Limited.
Yes.
So it is correct you bid as a joint venture.
Okay, in the understanding that I have, yes.
Thank you. Let's then go to the financial position of Inline Trading, because that's actually where we started these questions. You said that the financials of Inline Trading were not provided because you were told that they were not trading. Is that correct?
It's the assumption I've made because the financials were not available.
Oh, I see.
Yes. So what I said was there are a couple of options as far as that aspect is concerned. Either these guys didn't see a need for them to prepare any financials, or there was no activity.
Well, as I understand your statement, you say it is because of the latter that they had no activities. You didn't inquire of them whether they didn't have financial statements because they decided not to compile them, did you?
Yeah, as I've indicated through you, Chair, that I don't deal at that level. It's the guys at the office that actually says, this company's got this and this is how we're going to move forward. So I don't deal at that level as to inquire, about the financials of the particular company that you're dealing with.
You signed the bid submission, though, did you not?
Yes, I did.
In all its respects. So did you content yourself as to the accuracy of the information contained in that bid submission before you submitted it?
Sorry, Ms. Hofmeyer, I think Council wishes to say something. Please come forward.
Apologies.
Let's hear.
Your Worship, there's a misunderstanding that is taking place.
Yes.
The witness has clarified that even though, and these are his words, even though there's loose reference to expressions of joint venture and consortium, what in actual effect took place with this bid, they used a structure where there's a primary bidder, a lead bidder, and the other party comes as a subcontractor. And in that structure, it is his evidence that how it's treated, some of the documents that would ordinarily be required if it is a joint venture in the proper sense, they are not required in relation to subcontractors. They are only required in terms of the primary bidder. But when the entity is viewed in terms of its technical expertise and ability to deliver, all the parties and the CVs of the members are looked at by the entity that would have issued the RFP. So it is not an arrangement where the subcontractor is completely behind the scenes. It is not behind the scenes. The entire venture, the entire team is evaluated on the strength of the CVs of all the members. But documents like it will depend on each
no,
entity.
that's fine. I think
That is what is being missed.
I think make notes, and in due course, give them to Ms. Hofmeyr at some stage of areas where you think there should be some clarification, where you think there might be misunderstanding. And if, having seen your notes and asked whatever questions are arising from your notes, you are still not happy that you are covered, then you can raise it with me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm indebted. It is, of course, important for the purposes of the Commission's proceedings that we receive evidence from the witnesses.
Yes,
And it is those answers that we
Yeah.
probe with further questions.
Yeah.
Mr. Mahlangu, you were indicating your state of knowledge at the time that you submitted the bid submission about the trading activities of inline trading. Is it correct that you understood that they did not have trading activities, and that is why you did not submit financials for them?
That's incorrect. Through Chair, that's incorrect. What I said there are assumptions as far as that aspect is concerned. It's either the guys, they decide not to do financials, one, or I'm making assumptions here. Yes. But in essence, what I'm doing here is, in hindsight, where I'm sitting now, I'm making assumptions because I didn't think that I was going to be in this.
Yes, no, but
Yes.
let me just explain. My understanding of the question is that it seeks to establish what your understanding was. And your understanding would be based in part on assumptions that you made,
Yeah.
which might turn out to have been wrong. But those are the assumptions on which you based your decisions and how you interacted with them.
Yes, that's true.
So that's she's not saying what was the position, but she's saying what was your understanding of what the position was.
Yeah, hence, thank you, Chair. Hence, I said I was not actually responsible for that. However, based on information before me, when we actually engage with entities, because we engage with such entities on, on a continuous basis, when the entity doesn't have financials, it's either they're not in a position to, the financials are not ready, or secondly, there hasn't been any activity for them to actually necessitate any financials.
No, that's fine.
So those are the assumptions I've made.
Yes, that's fine, but it will help us to make progress if you just answer the question as to the best of your ability.
Okay.
And if you are required to justify why you did or did not do any particular thing, then you justify. So, for example, at this stage, the question was simply as to what your understanding was at the particular time on a particular issue. All you say is, my understanding was A, B, C, D.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe, thanks, Chair, for guidance.
Yes.
Maybe
Yes.
I would respond to this issue with, without skating around,
Yes.
To be honest, I didn't know. Why did
Yes,
I
no,
finish up?
that's the important. Sometimes you know, sometimes you don't know. And when you are the head of an organization, there will be things that you don't know, which you should know. There will be things that you don't know, which you don't need to know, and so on. But I think Ms. Hofmeyr will talk to you because her question may have a link with the fact that you signed certain documents. So
Okay.
maybe you should repeat your question.
Indeed. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mahlangu, as I understand your evidence now, it is that you did not know at the time of submitting the bid whether inline trading had financials. Is that correct?
Okay. Can I go back through, Chair? I think now the question keeps on changing now. The question, the first question that I understood was, for the mere fact that the financials were not available, did I know that there was no activity in the business? So, as I said, the reason for some of the financials not being available, I was making assumptions.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
But for the question that Ms. Hofmeyer has just asked me now is whether did I know at the time of submission whether the financials were not available?
Yes.
Yes, I did know the financials were not available.
Thank
Yeah.
you. That's consistent with what you say at page 44 of your statement. We can just go there to refresh your memory. If we go to page 44 of your statement, you'll see at the bottom there at paragraph 11.3.8, you're responding to a question that the Commission had asked of you. The question is, why is it that only the financials of BNP Capital were submitted and not for inline trading? And the response, as I have it to be your response, is inline trading had no trading experience, correct?
That's true.
Thank you. Why then did the bid submission indicate that it had 10 years of experience in funds management and the aviation and automotive sectors? I'll take you to that reference for your convenience. You'll find it in Ms. Nancy's bundle, which is Exhibit DD2. And if you turn up page 272 in that bundle.
I don't have that bundle.
Ms. Nancy, I understood that.
I have this one.
Yes, but the original DD2, Chair, I'd requested was with you today. I think it might be with you on the side, might it?
Oh, nobody told me anything.
Apologies. Apologies, Chair.
And it should have been here.
Yes.
DD2?
Correct, Chair.
DD2. Am I going to need all these other ones?
At points, yes, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Apologies that that was not conveyed.
Yes, what is the page number?
272. You'll find it right towards the end of the file, Mr. Mahlangu.
Yes.
If you found it there, you'll see a heading at the top of that page 272 that reads 1.2.2, Introduction to the Company, and then it says Inline Trading 10 Proprietary Limited's expertise is in funds management, automotive and the aviation sector. Inline Trading's expertise and track record has been accumulated for a period in excess of 10 years. Do you see that?
Yes, through Chair, yes, I do.
That's inconsistent with it not having had any trading activities for the past 10 years, isn't it?
That's true.
Thank you. And Mr. Mahlangu, you've given evidence previously about the wording that Mr. Mngadi wanted inserted into the bid. Do you recall that? It was the email between himself and Mr. Moyo.
Through you, Chair, yes.
We can go there again, but you may recall this is the exact wording that Mr. Mngadi wanted inserted in the bid. Do you recall that?
Yes, I was about to take you there to say this is basically the information that we got from Inline Trading about their experience.
So did anyone in BNP Capital query how it could be that Inline Trading had 10 years of experience in these three sectors and yet have no financials because it was not trading?
Through you, Chair. Unfortunately, in our space, you find companies, when someone doesn't actually have the financials now, it doesn't mean they never had any financials. Yes, it means at that particular point in time where financials were not ready for the submission. So that's our understanding. So it's not a question of whether these people have been trading for the past couple of years, whatever the case is, and haven't had any financials. Hence I said some people see a need for them to actually have their financials ready on a consistent basis. Some don't, for obvious reasons. But in this particular case, my assumption when I looked at it, hence I said, there was no trading here. Maybe trading was actually 1, 2, these guys were not ready just to prepare the financials, or financials were not ready, or the auditors, whatever the case is. So that was my position as far as this point is concerned.
Mr. Mahlangu, then the answer that you gave at page 44 of your statement should have been different, shouldn't it?
In light of this, yes.
It should have been, there weren't financials because they didn't have any ready at that time for submission.
Through you, Chair, I don't want to hammer on this issue, but I'm just saying at that point in time, I don't actually deal with such issues. However, in hindsight now, when I look at it, my thinking here was, if you don't have a financials, it means no trading activity, or one, maybe I should have actually put that option in my response. Maybe that was, a miss of me to say I should have actually put that possibility that one, it's either there's no trading, two, it's either the financials are not ready for that particular entity. Because I was just answering, because this thing happened in 2016, so I can't remember all the details. I was just answering to the best of my abilities.
Well, maybe let me ask this question, and maybe Ms. Hofmeyer was still going to come to it. I would have thought that if you are going to have a working relationship with somebody else that involves something like jointly tendering for business and so on together, excuse me, there would be a certain minimum homework that you would want to do on that person or that entity, just to see whether this is the type of entity you would like to be associated with, or this is the type of entity or person that you would like to be seen to be working with by other people. And of course, maybe most importantly, what value they would bring to the table as far as you are concerned. But some of the answers you have given to some of the questions seem to suggest that BNP might not have done that kind of homework, both about Mr. Mngadi and about inline trading. Am I right?
That's true, Chair. In our line of business, it depends what is it that you guys get involved in. Some audit firms, they basically run a process on us, yes, before we actually get involved with us, and for obvious reasons, and that part, for reasons that we all know, reputation, what guys have been involved in, and or do you have all these statutory requirements, blah 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 blah. But as far as I think this particular bid was concerned, because it was a request for information, so we had the bare minimum information at our disposal that we could actually use to submit. And secondly, is as far as the due diligence on individuals and companies, hence we didn't actually have time. I think what we had was I think we have about a week or so.
Days,
yes,
yeah.
To actually put together, because to start with, we're not even interested in the tender, because we just forwarded the tender document. We didn't want to go for it. Our interest was not even there. So comes a particular sort of potential partner says, you know what, I've got this in place. I think we can work together. You guys have got this expertise, I've got that. And then now we're to deal with admin issues. Because I think what we're talking about now is admin issues. Where we said, okay, fine, what is it that we have? How can we properly put the structure in place so that we respond appropriately to this particular opportunity. I think at that point in time, given the time constraints and everything,
Yeah.
there was no any time to be so to speak, quoting each other to say,
Yes.
who are you, where are you from, you know. So we
Yes,
didn't have an opportunity.
so you accept that what I refer to as basic homework is something that should be done, but you say there were time constraints before you had to submit the information.
I agree,
Is
Chair.
that correct?
Yes, it's correct. Just to add on that, I think also what provided sort of not any suspicion, hence I said it's how we actually met this individual and how the introduction was done. Hence I said if it was someone that we met on the street, it was going to be a different ballgame.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mahlangu, I'd like to pick up on that question of timing. As I have your evidence, Mr. Mgadi's first approach to you was on the 9th of February. That's the email that we looked at. Is that correct?
That's correct, thank you.
And in that email, it talks about the need to be quick because the responses to the RFI had to be in, I think it was by the next Tuesday, the 16th of February. Do you recall that?
That's true.
Do you know when the actual bids had to be submitted in response to the RFP?
Sorry, through you, Chair. Now you're confusing me. Are you talking about the RFI or the RFP?
I'm now talking about the RFP because
Okay.
remember you engage initially on the RFI and there's a short period of time because Mr. Mgadi approaches you on the 9th and those have to be in by the, apologies, it's Tuesday the 16th of February.
Yes.
So that's a matter of 7 days later. But the RFP process then follows. And what the documents we've been looking at are the documents that you submitted pursuant to the RFP process. They are your bid submission
Yes.
after you've submitted a response to the request for information. Are you on the same page as me?
Yes, I'm not sure how. I think I am, but I'm not following you yet.
Okay.
Maybe I will follow you.
There's a difference between the RFI and the RFP. Do you understand that?
I know that, yes.
Right. The RFI's deadline was the 16th of February 2016, correct?
Yes.
Let me assist. The RFP's deadline was the 18th of March 2016. Are you aware of that?
Yes. This process, sorry.
Are you aware of that? That the RFP required you to submit your bids by the 18th of March 2016. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm trying to understand the question, because now you're talking about RFI, now you're talking about the RFP.
Mr. Mahlangu, please, when Ms. Hofmeyer asks questions, don't think about where is she going or anything like that. Just look at the question and just answer it to the best of your ability. She has just said the date by when your proposals, your bid had to be delivered to SAA in response to the RFP, not the RFI. In response to the RFP, she has said that date, the closing date was 18 March 2016. And her question is, are you aware that that is the date by when your bid had to be submitted in response to the RFP? And you are either aware that that was the date or you are not aware that that was the date.
Thank you, Chair, for clarity. I think what confused me was we're moving from the RFI to the RFP. Yes, because
Yes,
we haven't submitted the RFP yet as far as this.
You remember, you asked her whether her question related to the RFI or RFP, and then she was clarifying to you. She clarified to you to say, no, I'm talking about the RFP. You had the RFI first, then you had the RFP.
Okay.
She even asked you, do you understand do you know the distinction? And you said, yes, you know it. So then she said, in effect, I'm talking about the RFP now.
Okay.
So are you aware that the 18th of March 2016 was the deadline for submitting the bid in response to the RFP?
I can't say that because I can't remember now the details.
You can't
Yes.
remember, that's fine.
Let me take you to it. You'll find it in your soft file in front of you, which contains the BNP bid. You'll recall that's the one we've created for today's purposes. And if you go to the internal numbering on that, page 10 of 55, which, Chair, for the record, is in Ms. Stimple's bundle, which is Exhibit DD1 at page 381.
I've got it.
Thank you. Ms. Mahlangu, you'll see there, it's the third line down, it says closing date or time, 18 March 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you satisfied that that was the closing date then for bid submissions in response to the RFP?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Ms. Mahlangu, let me explain why that line of questioning is relevant, because it's a follow-on from the Chair's question earlier. The Chair's question was, what level of interrogation did you engage upon before you entered into this joint venture with inline trading? And I understood your answer to be, well, there was little time in which we could do extensive checking. And that is why I needed to put to you that it is certainly the case that there was a short period of time for responses to the RFI, but the actual bid submission occurred a full month later. And so in fairness to you, I'd like to ask whether it wasn't available to you in that month between the 16th of February 2016 and the 18th of March 2016 to get more information about inline trading before you submitted your bid.
And thank you, Chair. Now I understand where the confusion comes from. As far as the RFI was, it's concerned, the RFI had to be submitted as a matter of agency, yes, and already inline trading was part of that process, the detail, and during that period, obviously the SAA officials had to actually go through a particular process, and then when that process was done, it's only then that they've issued to companies an RFP. Yes, I understand what Ms. Hofmeyr is asking me, but the difficult part is that we've already started this journey with inline trading right at the beginning from the RFI stage. So we are not dealing with inline trading with a suspicious view that there's something untoward.
May I stop you there, Mr. Mahlangu? Take your time and just listen to the question carefully. Okay. The only question that Ms. Hofmeyr has asked you now is whether a month, that is from 16 Feb to 18 March, was not enough for you to obtain whatever information you might have wished to obtain about inline trading. So your answer should be yes, it was enough, or no, it was not enough. And if you are then asked a follow-up question, then you can deal with that. Or you can explain if there's a need for explain. But let's first get to the answer to whether that was not enough time from
okay.
16 February to 18 March to get whatever information you may have wished to get about inline trading.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think between that time and the 18 March, BNP Capital had we were not actually in a position, we didn't actually set forth to look for any other information from inline trading because it was just a follow-on on the...
Yes, but no, you are not answering the question again, like this as formulated by me. If you wanted to get more information on inline trading between 16 February and 18 March, would you accept that that would have been enough time, or do you say that that would not have been enough time for you to try and get more information about inline trading?
Through you, Chair, now I'm lost. Maybe you can assist me again.
Yes, well, I'm trying to assist, but maybe
Yes.
Maybe I'm confusing you.
Yes, I'm confused because remember at the beginning when we actually entered, when we had an arrangement.
No, I think let's forget the beginning.
Yeah, no, okay.
No, let's forget the
Yes.
beginning. We are going to keep on going back
The-
for too long.
Yes.
Just wait. Is it correct that you said the time you had to obtain information about or from inline trading before submitting the response to the RFI was too short?
True.
You
Chair.
said that?
Definitely.
Yes, okay. That means you didn't have enough time to try and get whatever information you may have wanted to get about inline trading. Is that correct? That's the significance of your answer. That the time was short.
Yes, through Chair, if you remember what led to that question, is you've asked me, you said to me, in most instances, before a business enters into a partnership with another business, you guys do a sort of a due diligence
Yeah.
on each other.
Yes.
And then my response was, in this particular case, one, we didn't have time. Yes. Two, some companies, I'll give an example. Before we enter into any arrangement with that company, they've already done a due diligence in advance. So there's a
Yes.
time, yes.
Yes, you
Besides,
did say that, yeah.
Yes, besides doing a due diligence in advance,
Yes.
we've already worked with some of these companies. We might be sitting on different side of the tables,
Yes, you
so they
did
know
that.
that we exist.
You did say
Yes.
that, yes.
But in this particular case, firstly, we didn't actually, to respond to your question, we didn't have time for that. Actually, it didn't even hit us at that point in time, given with the rate things were moving, to say,
Yeah.
wait, I think let's check out who you are. They've actually, perhaps they've done that to us, because, they had to.
Yes.
Yes, but
Yes.
we didn't do that to them.
Yes, but hang on, Mr. Mahlangu, if we are going to spend so much time on one question, we won't finish today, we won't finish tomorrow. Okay. Let's try again. Okay. You have repeated your evidence that at least one of the reasons why you didn't do any homework on inline trading before you submitted your response to the RFI was that the time was limited. Is that right? You have repeated that. That's one of the reasons, at least. Am I right? Okay.
Yes.
Is one of the reasons why you did not do what you call due diligence on inline trading before responding to the RFI, was one of the reasons that the time available to you to do that was short?
Yes, Chair, but can I qualify it?
Oh, yeah, what's the qualification?
The question is, I think we're making an assumption here, and that assumption is, can I finish, Chair? Just 1 second.
Okay,
Yes.
finish, yes.
That assumption is, when we enter with any business, we do a due diligence, and that's an assumption we're making, and we don't. I don't think all these companies do that, otherwise we won't move forward. So that's an assumption we're making. So now I'm put in a corner where I'm supposed to actually respond to say, I was supposed to have made a due diligence, but there's question of time, but perhaps maybe I had more time. Why didn't I do it?
Okay, all right, let's do this. I think I did ask you the question after you had responded to this. I think I did ask you the question whether you agreed that that homework should have been done, but that there was no time. I may have misunderstood your answer, but I thought you accepted that that kind of what I called homework should have been done. That's not what you said. I misunderstood.
What basically I meant is, invariably, people will actually do that. We do it with this.
Yeah, but
it's,
would BNP do that on somebody that
Yeah.
wants to work with them as a joint venture.
Definitely, but we don't actually do that on all our potential sort of partners.
But normally you would do that, but
Definitely.
sometimes you don't.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, all right. Now, are you able to tell us when you do it and when you don't? Is there a particular criterion that you use to say, well, we won't do it if the entity is this type of entity or meets these kinds of requirements? How do you decide, yes, we must do it here, no, we mustn't do it here?
Through you, Chair, it actually usually through the business requirements at that point in time. So whatever opportunity that is there, if for instance we get opportunities on a continuous basis where we get people to phoning us and say, I'm sorry and so I need advice on this particular issue, I've come from this particular company, then we are able to sit back and say, who are these guys? Who do they come from? I mean, if they came through just calling us to say, no, so and so gave me your number and and they said I must actually talk to you, blah blah blah. So in essence, if we had the time, then we'll look at this company, engage further. If there's no opportunity, if for instance there's no opportunity, but the opportunity it's going to be concluded far down the line, then we have the time to sit down and say and engage with those people further. But in some instances, there's an opportunity and certain individuals. And actually you move, given the time constraints and everything else, you move. But it's not like it's a prerequisite to say before we engage with anyone, we have to actually make sure that we understand who you are, where you come from, because we all protect ourselves separately, differently.
So would it be correct then to say what you are saying is that normally you do that homework,
Yes, Chair.
but sometimes you don't?
That's true.
And that a lot depends, whether you do it or not, a lot depends on the circumstances at the time.
Definitely.
Is that right?
Definitely.
And those circumstances would largely be whether there is enough time to do the homework and other factors maybe.
I agree with you,
But
Chair.
that would be one of the factors.
Definitely.
Yes. Now, in the case of inline trading, before the submission of your response to the RFI, my understanding was earlier on that you were saying because of time constraints, at least as one of the reasons, maybe there may be others, you didn't do that homework.
No, we didn't.
Yes, but that part of the reason why you didn't was that there was little time to do it before you had to deliver the response to SAA. Is that right?
Yes, there was, through you, Chair, there was little time to actually to be in courtship with inline trading, because
Yes.
most of the guys, in courtship, we know them. And then,
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, all right. Was the other reason why you didn't do that homework about inline trading before submitting your response to the RFI, was one of the reasons that Mr. Mngadi had been referred to you by somebody that you knew quite well and knew as credible?
That's one of the reasons.
That's what.
Yes.
So we have got at least two reasons why you didn't do it. One, time constraints. Two, the fact that Mr. Mngadi had been referred to you by somebody that you trusted.
Definitely.
right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, going back to Ms. Hofmeyer's question, let's confine ourselves for now only to the question of whether there was enough time between the 16th of February and the 18th of March 2016 to do that homework. Whether there may be other reasons why you might decide not to do it, we can deal with that. Was a month enough time to do whatever homework you might have wished to do on inline trading?
Through you, Chair, I think the time was sufficient. I mean, a month is a sufficient time. However, we didn't set forth at the beginning that we're going to do that.
Yes, no, that's fine. So is my understanding correct that this was a case where you decided that you were not going to do that homework in regard to inline trading? Is my understanding of what you are saying correct? My understanding is that you are saying, or you may be saying, that in the case of inline trading, you decided that you were not going to do the homework we are talking about.
Through you, Chair, it's not like we decided.
Yes.
Yes, it's not like we consciously sat down and said,
Yes.
as far as this company is concerned, we are actually not going to do this.
Yes. You didn't make any specific decision.
No, it was, as I said, Chair, it was based on what was available. I mean, even in his email, Mr. Mgadi will tell you time is of essence. So when we actually got there, we were just running to try and
Yes.
compete. Yes, there was no question of, okay, first, before we run, by the way, who you are, let's understand where you come from, because we didn't actually have that luxury of time.
Okay, all right. So I think we have, Ms. Hofmeyer, I've taken over your question,
all,
but
not at all.
I think that what you are saying is, one, you didn't do any homework about inline trading, both before you submitted your response to the RFI and before you submitted the bid in response to the RFP. Is that correct? You did not, as a matter
Yes.
of fact, you did not do it.
That's
Yes.
true, Chair.
And you did not make a specific decision not to do it. It just didn't happen.
That's true, Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Mahlangu, I'd just like to follow up on something you said in your answer to the Chair's questions. I think you said something about you knew the guys, or you were in courtship. I'm not sure I got the word correctly, in relation to inline trading. Did I misunderstand your evidence? I thought you gave that as a reason for why you didn't do homework.
Through you, Chair, yes, there's a misunderstanding. Yes.
What did you say about...
I said there was not enough time to be in courtship.
Right, I understand. Not enough time. Thank you. Mr. Mahlangu, you were the person who signed at the various points we've gone to in the bid submission
That's
for
true.
BNP Capital. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you satisfy yourself as to the correctness of the facts that were presented in that bid submission before you signed in those places and before you submitted the bid?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just to pick up the point that your legal representative took up about a subcontractor role between BNP Capital and inline trading, just as a matter of fact, is your reading of your bid submission the same as mine, in that at no point in that bid submission is inline trading ever referred to as a subcontractor?
Are you asking whether is it yes or no? Through you, Chair.
Yes, sometimes two negatives is
Yeah.
unhelpful. Is there anywhere in the bid submission where inline trading is referred to as a subcontractor?
I don't remember.
Okay. Take it for now, Chair, if it becomes contentious. I'm sure my learned friend will direct me to it. As I read the bid submission, there's no indication ever that it is a subcontractor. I've taken you to the page, we looked at it just now, where it is clearly referenced as either your consortium or your JV partner. Do you recall that?
Yes, through you, Chair. People can be in a consortium, but in that consortium there can be subcontractors. But I concur with Ms. Hofmeyer that there was no point where inline trading was actually mentioned as subcontract.
Thank you. And are you aware that the bid referred to it as BNP's partner at various points?
Yes.
Thank you. Then I don't need to take you to that page, but you certainly defined them as your partner, and you referred to both of yourselves as the parties who were submitting the bid. But that's not contentious, so we don't need to go there. Thank you. Mr. Mahlangu, we were at the point in your testimony where we were trying to understand why inline trading wanted to partner with you to make this bid submission. You'll recall that. And the question that I was actually asking, if we go back to page 12 of your statement, You'll recall we were at paragraph 5.5.1 on that page, and I was breaking it up because it contains important information about what Mr. Mngadi said to you, as I understand your evidence, for justifying the partnership. And the one we were concerned about was your broad-based black economic empowerment credentials. And I asked you why Mr. Mngadi needed BNP for that purpose. And the question followed from that, did inline trading not have those credentials? What is your answer to that?
Inland trading did have.
It did have?
Yes.
Thank you. So that wouldn't have been a reason for them needing to partner with you, correct?
Some of the reasons, yes, correct.
Thank you. So we've already eliminated that they needed you for capital raising experience because that was not part of the tender. We've eliminated that they needed you for broad-based black economic empowerment credentials. And then the third on that page is the credibility of your firm and competency and proven track record to execute similar transactions or projects as the then intended project, correct?
That's true.
Did you inquire?
I'm sorry, Ms.
Apologies.
Mayor, I just want to mention this. Earlier on, you referred Mr. Mahlangu to, I don't remember the page, but I think it was the proposal that they submitted to
Yes.
SAA. And somewhere at the top of the page to which you referred us, there was a reference to, I think, inline trading having had something like a certain experience
Yes.
of over 10 years
Yes,
or something like
yes,
that.
yes.
I don't know whether you were going to deal with that later, but I thought there was something that still needed to be tied
Yes,
up there.
indeed.
So I'm just saying, if it's in your plan,
Yes,
it's fine.
indeed. Chair, it actually comes in right now
Okay.
because it's part of this third justification,
Yes,
right?
yes.
The third justification, as I understand it, and Mr. Mahlangu, in fairness to you, the reason why these questions are being asked is because, as I understand your engagement with Mr. Mngadi on that 9th of February, he presented to you as though he had a wealth of experience about SAA. Is that correct?
He had wealth. I'm not sure what that.
Fine, let's
Yes,
confine
he had
it.
experience.
Experience.
Let's say
Yeah.
a lot of experience. Is
Yes.
that good enough?
That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
SAA was his client.
Yes.
So what I'm probing is why then does Mr. Mngadi and his company Inline Trading need BNP Capital? That is where this line of questioning is going.
Okay.
And the third that you've offered is because your entity, I'm at page 12, had competency and a proven track record to execute similar transactions. Right, you see that?
Yes.
And Chair, that is, in fact, with respect, precisely where this point comes in, because according to the information that Mr. Mngadi had given your colleague, Mr. Moyo, Inline Trading had that very experience. Do you remember that page that we went to? It's the page that copy and pasted what Mr. Mngadi had said in that email on the 13th of February. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall, but it doesn't have that similar experience to us.
Take us through that. Let's just remember what was said. If you go to, it's page 144 of your statement under tab 22. That is the email that we've looked at previously, where Mr. Mngadi tells Mr. Moyo what description he proposes be included in the proposal. And at the bottom there, in quotations, is the language that we later saw in the proposal that the chair was referring to. Inline Trading 10 Proprietary Limited's experience is in funds management, automotive, and the aviation sector. Inline Trading's expertise and track record has been accumulated for a period in excess of 10 years. Are you saying that is not the credentials and experience and track record you would bring?
Through you, Chair, the experience that has been actually highlighted in that email were not the experience that were required by the RFP.
Experience in the aviation sector was not relevant to the RFP.
Aviation sector, it was relevant, yes, but it was not the crux of it. It was just one of those.
Thank you. We'll follow that up later in terms of the roles that each of you were to play in performing the work. But for now, there was also an indication in your meeting, as I have your statement, what inline trading was going to bring to the JV. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
If we go to page 13 for that, you'll pick it up at paragraph 5.6.
Yes.
You see there you begin with, on the other hand, Mr. Mgadi offered to be involved through his company, namely Inline Trading, on the basis that inline trading, and then you set out the series of things, as I read your statement, that inline trading was going to bring to the JV. Is that a fair reading of that paragraph?
It is.
Thank you. So the first is that it had knowledge of SAA and its financial needs. Is that correct?
That's true.
And had you established whether it had contracted before with SAA?
No. Through you, Chair.
But certainly you understood Mr. Mgadi had been a consultant to SAA, is that right?
Yes, through the information, yes.
Yes.
Through our discussion.
No, that's
yes.
what he said, absolutely. It, at 5.6.2, had knowledge of the requirements of the RFI and would therefore provide input in the proposal for transaction advisory work as required by SAA. Is that what he conveyed to you at that meeting?
Yes.
And then the one I'd like to just spend a bit of time on at 5.6.3, inline trading would be the primary contact person between the consortium and SAA. Do you see that?
Yes, yes, Chair, I do.
And it goes on to say this meant that inline trading would handle all the necessary communication with SAA on behalf of the consortium. Is that what was conveyed to you at that meeting with Mr. Mgadi?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Mahlangu, inline trading didn't ever once communicate with SAA, did it?
At least formally.
Oh, yes, formally, yes. They couldn't have done so because they were part of the team.
Because they were?
Part of the team. Okay, what I'm understanding is, the question is, inline trading has never actually had any communication with SAA. Yes. As inline trading as a company on its own. What I'm saying is they were part of the team.
Yeah.
Yes, but then what did it mean when Mr. Mgadi said to you, inline trading will handle all the necessary communication with SAA?
What was your understanding of that statement from Mr. Mgadi? That's the question.
My understanding was, given that they understand all the client, he's closer to the client, understand their needs, so he's actually well positioned to actually talk to the client, understand what the client needs, and come and feedback to us. And what basically he asked to do is it's not in any way different from our day-to-day business, where when we actually enter into this kind of arrangement, we actually carve out responsibilities. And one of the responsibilities, some of the responsibilities would be actually a person who's closer to the client, to understand the client's needs, and actually communicate back to the team. And this is the role that actually Mr. Mgadi played in this assignment.
Was your understanding that this would relate to if, for the period after the bid would have been given to you if you were successful, after the tender would have been given to you if you were successful? That's the communication period that this was talking about.
Yes, that's true, sir.
And after the bid was submitted, was it going to be responsible for all the communication?
Yes, I think we can. Yes, through you, Chair, yes. I mean, it's evident in the emails that followed, after the submission of that particular bid.
And Mr. Mngadi, I'll come back to that in a moment, but if you go to page 16 of your statement, you are summarizing there the dominant role at the bottom of the page, paragraph 5.12, that Mr. Mngadi assumed in relation to the preparation of the bid and other later work. At paragraph 5.12, you say Mr. Mngadi assumed a dominant role in respect of the following. The first is preparing the sourcing of funds proposal, and over the page, drafting relevant correspondence, which I would in most instances sign off under the BNP Capital logo or letterhead and send off to client. Could we stop there for a moment? Did you look at those letters carefully before you sent them off?
Through you, Chair. Yes, I think not necessarily careful, because I had a team, about 3 individuals that were actually responsible for this. So Mr. Mngadi was constantly communicating with them. So as and when they are satisfied with the content of it, then they will actually send it to me, just, to me to forward it. And in some instances I'll look at it, in some instances I'll say, and question, but in most instances I would actually look at it given the risk and reward of the proposal.
So who would check the factual accuracy of what was being stated in those letters?
The team at the office.
The team within BNP?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is the position that you are saying that sometimes you would read what's put before you for signing, but sometimes you would ask the person bringing it, or the team or a member of the team, whether everything was in order, and if they assured you that everything was in order with the letter or email, then you would sign off?
That's true, sir. So in most instances, my electronic signature was used, actually, in all of this communication. Yes. So they would actually send it to me complete.
Yes.
So I'll go through it if there are any or if there's a need, depending on the discussions with them, they would just say, we've gone through this, we're happy.
Okay.
Apologies, Chair, just one point of clarification there. You made reference to an electronic signature. Did you, however, satisfy yourself about the letters before your electronic signature was applied to the letters?
Yes, I think based on what I've just
Thank you.
mentioned to the Chair.
Just wanted to be clear. So if there were factual...
Well, I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding. I understood you to say when the letters were brought to you for approval,
Yes, Chair.
the electronic signature was already there.
Yes.
But the question that you have been asked is whether you would check the information before your electronic signature was put on it. And you said true. You said yes. So I just wanted to make sure there's no misunderstanding.
The template that was used already had my electronic signature. So
Yes.
that information will come through me with the electronic signature.
Oh, okay.
But then you would check its accuracy and on occasions rely on your team. Is that your evidence?
That's true.
Thank you. So if there were factual inaccuracies in those letters that came from BNP to other parties, BNP would be responsible for those, correct?
The consortium would be responsible for it.
No, but I understand your evidence to be there was a team within BNP who would check the facts that were set out in those letters, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
So if those facts are shown to be false, then it's the BNP team that would be responsible for not having got the facts correct.
Yes, that's true.
Thank you.
I understand.
The other point I want to pick up on page 17, we were at paragraph 5.12 and it's sub-paragraphs there, is that at 5.12.4 you indicate one of the other roles of Mr. Mngadi was to liaise directly with SAA and other parties. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Mahlangu, I think you were here for some of the evidence of Ms. Nancy. She indicated in her evidence that she's never met you. Is that correct?
That's true.
So at no point of your engagements with SAA did you physically meet Ms. Nancy?
No, I haven't met her.
Did you meet anyone else at SAA?
No, I haven't met her. I haven't met anybody at SAA.
And you corresponded on occasion with people at SAA, is that correct?
That's true.
Who was meeting with SAA then? From your side?
It's Mr. Mgadi.
Right. And as I understand the evidence, Mr. Mgadi pitched this JV to you because inline trading was going to play that role of liaising with and communicating with SAA. Is that correct?
That's true.
Then, Mr. Mgadi, I need to put to you what is remarkable about all the papers in this case. It's that at no point is inline trading in any formal way interacting with SAA. Is that something you were aware of at the time?
Through you, Chair, Mr. Mahlangu.
Apologies. Apologies. I do that.
Mr. Mahlangu, she did the same with another witness. It's
Sorry.
not intentional. So
I do apologize.
So it's just that she has to deal with different names, and
Yes.
I think it happens to the best of us.
Apologies.
Yes.
Okay. To respond to that, in our understanding, inline trading was represented by Mr. Mgadi. So the issue that, what I'm not understanding now is, it's actually your question, because as far
Yes.
as in our world.
Okay, maybe I also thought there might be something that might cause confusion. You actually said, Ms. Hofmeyer, what was strange was that at no stage was inline trading in contact and communication with SAA. Based on what you had said, I expected you, or maybe no, now I think I understand. Okay, no, all right. I think the question is, in terms of what you had arranged with inline trading, it was that or your understanding was that inline trading would be in communication, would handle the communication part with SAA. And I think Ms. Hofmeyer was saying, and she will correct me if I misunderstood her question, what is strange is that there was no formal communication that ever came from inline trading to SAA. Ms. Hofmeyer, am I right?
Indeed.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
All the formal communication came from BNP, not inline trading. Or most of it. I said all, but maybe it's most.
Is through you, Chair. Now I'm supposed to respond, or is it just an observation? Yeah. Well, no, I thought maybe she was just passing an observation to say this is. Oh, okay.
No, indeed, Chair.
Maybe she was.
I don't.
Well, maybe it's been a long morning.
It has been a long morning, but I don't take it to be my role to make observations. I am interested in your comment, Mr. Mahlangu, in relation to what, when you look at these papers, can be observed. So let me be clear about the question. I understood Mr. Mgadi to say to you when you met on the 9th of February that what inline trading was going to bring to this JV was it was going to be the entity responsible for all communication with SAA. Is that correct?
That's true.
And is it correct that there is not a single letter on a letterhead of inline trading that you are aware of that ever went to SAA?
Through you, Chair, it couldn't have been in that particular fashion because of the arrangement.
Okay, now let's start with, is it true that you are not aware that there was any letter from inline trading that went to SAA? And if the answer is yes, I'm not aware, then we can take it we can move forward. So she's just asking you
Okay,
at this
yes,
stage.
yes, I'm not aware.
Okay, all right.
And Mr. Mahlangu, I understand you to want to explain why that was the case. Why is there no communication from inline trading to SAA?
It's because of the arrangement. If you look at even the letter of appointment, it's BNP Capital that was appointed, and we work with inline trading. So all the communication that needed to be done was supposed to be done through the letterhead of BNP Capital for consistency, as actually as the standards with all other contracts. If there's a contract, if a particular individual, for instance, even the one that I've mentioned with Deloitte would actually send all the communication to the client. If we've got opinions, we'd actually feed to their opinions, send them whatever our inputs are, and then they would actually do that communication. So we wouldn't send clients different emails. Otherwise, there would be a confusion.
Mr. Mahlangu, at the time that you bid for this tender, were you aware that Mr. Mngadi was employed at Nedbank?
No, I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware.
When did you learn that he was employed at Nedbank, if at all?
When there was a paper, a media, which actually spoke about it, it's only then that one became aware.
Were you aware that Nedbank was bidding for this tender at the time that BNP bid?
At the time BNP bid, no, I wasn't aware, but I got aware of it when it was in the media.
Thank you. Chair, I see we've just passed the lunch break, scheduled time. If it's appropriate, we can take the break now.
Yes, just before we do that, I just want to go back to this question of communication. You have said that from a certain time, I think maybe that's from the date of appointment, BNP became the party that would communicate with SAA, because otherwise there would be confusion if BNP would communicate with SAA and inline trading would also do the same. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct of what you said?
The formal correspondence through which yes. The formal correspondence.
Formal correspondence.
Yes, would be done through BNP
Yes.
Capital.
Yes.
Yes, but inline trading would actually meet with the client, understand their needs, and come and feedback to us, and then would actually work on that and feedback to the client.
Are you saying that before the letter of appointment, the arrangement was that inline trading would handle all communication, which would include formal communication and informal communication, but that after the letter of appointment, this changed? The formal communication would be handled by BNP, but inline would have informal communication with SAA?
Through you, Chair, I think formal communication and informal, as far as, because what we wanted to do was to maintain consistency, yes. So meaning formal communication is, maybe that is formal, where you go and meet the client. I would assume that is formal as well. But as far as what actually gets put on a letterhead and then it's sent to client, given that the client only knows, communicates with us formally as far as issues are concerned. So that's how we actually did it.
Okay, maybe we'll talk about it further after lunch. Let's take the lunch break. We will resume at 2:10. We adjourn.
on the page.
Yes, yes.
We'll do that.
Yeah.
Mr. Mahlangu, just to return to page 116.1, can you explain to us what that email is? If you look under tab 4, and you go just page through it, there are 2 pages, which were in your original statement, and then there's a 3rd page that's been inserted. Do you see that?
Yes, through you say.
Thank you. So at 116.1, I understand that's the email that you wanted to bring to the Commission's attention, because it relates to the date on which you received notification from SAA that you'd been appointed as transaction advisor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what date is it?
The 22nd of April.
Thank you. So for the purposes of the evidence, Chair, we'll take it that BNP Capital was alerted to its success in that bidding process on the 22nd of April. Chair, you'll recall earlier in evidence we'd actually queried this because the document that appears at page 115, which is actually the award letter, was dated 20 March, and we couldn't understand how that could be.
Yes.
We'd hoped Mr. Mahlangu would be able to assist us, and he has been able to.
Yeah.
The next correction relates to the date on which you were, in fact, appointed to source funds for SAA. And if you turn over the tab, Mr. Mahlangu, to tab 5, and you'll find there page 117, can you explain to us what that document is?
It's through you, Chair, it's a letter of award for sourcing of capital.
And when did BNP receive that letter of award?
On the 26th of May.
Thank you. So we'll take it as 26 May. This letter is dated 25 May, but is it your evidence that you received notification the following day, the 26th of May?
That's true.
Thank you.
Just 1 second. The referent is not here. Yeah, but somebody needs to adjust the echo. I think it might have been on hot. Yeah, not too good. Not too good. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mahlangu, we'll work with those dates as we proceed in the evidence. I'd like to then, before we go further in the questions and getting into the bid itself, just to make sure that we're on the same page in relation to your previous evidence. As I had your previous testimony, inline trading required a partnership with BNP to bid for the transaction advisor services because of the particular financial advisory expertise that BNP would bring. Is that right?
That's true.
Thank you. BNP Capital was to be the lead member of that joint venture. Is that correct?
That's true.
But I understood your evidence to be you never met with anyone from SAA. Is that correct?
That's true.
And am I to understand that no one else from BNP ever met with SAA representatives?
That's true.
And also, as I had your evidence, it was only Mr. Mgadi who met with SAA. Is that correct?
That's true.
And what about Mr. Brendan King? Did he meet with SAA?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know.
Yes.
Did you ever meet him yourself?
No, I haven't. No.
You've never met him?
I've never met him, yes.
Okay.
What role was he going to play in the JV, Mr. Mahlangu?
Through you, Chair, I think as far as inline trading was concerned, there wasn't any, especially from our part as BNP Capital, because initially, as I've indicated, that we had Mr. Mngadi, who was representing inline trading, because all the documentation for inline trading came through him. So in our view, he was actually the representative. So when at the 11th hour, he changed the details and he put Brendan's detail. So on our part, we thought it was just a sort of a profile change from their side, because I mean, in any business, in any company, if you partner with me and then I put my employees' CVs, and no one questions me. You'd basically assume that those are the actually CVs that are relevant for that particular exercise. I think on our part, that's how we viewed it. So we didn't actually question as to why Brendan hasn't actually showed up, why hasn't he actually come to the meetings. But I think maybe for obvious reasons that we've actually never attended any meetings, so that was responsibility.
So am I correct from your understanding when I say that Brandon King was inserted in the place of Mr. Mngadi wherever there were references to Mr. Mngadi in the proposal that your team had prepared for the bid?
That's true. According to inline trading, that's information in the email we got. Hence, you will see even from the early letter of award that Mr. Mngadi was there. Even the SAA guys, they actually been insisting from the word go when we actually got even the award. So as far as BNP Capital was concerned, that was our position, to say he's actually part of inline trading.
Mr. King, is that right?
No, Mr. Mngadi.
But then why have a bid submission that doesn't refer to Mr. Mngadi at all?
As I've indicated through you, Chair, that there was actually a turn of events, yes, where Mr. Mngadi actually asked our especially Mr. Moyo, on the eve of the submission, because I think it was due on Tuesday, on the weekend, to say, can Mr. Moyo remove his details? Yes, as far as the bid submission is concerned. So, fortunately, Mr. Moyo did that, and given that the RFI was due on Tuesday, so I didn't actually have an opportunity. Hence I said, as far as this email is concerned, I saw it about 2 weeks ago when I actually met with Ms. Moyo. But eventually, when I actually asked him what has happened, he said, no, actually Mr. Mngadi asked him to do so. So he never actually gave me much explanation about it.
And Mr. Mahlangu, you've referenced what needed to be in the response to the RFI. You'll also be aware, I'm sure, that Mr. Brendan King was given as the representative of inline trading when you submitted the bid later in March 2018. Do you recall that?
That's true.
And by March 18, had you made any inquiries as to the role that Mr. King was going to play in the JV?
No, and for obvious reasons that we've never met Mr. King, number one. Number two, all the information for inline trading came through Mngadi. So we had no reason not to believe that he is not representing inline trading.
Was Mr. Mngadi going to be remunerated in some way for all the work he was doing in relation to the JV?
Obviously, through the JV agreement that we're actually putting together, yes, the inline trading was going to be remunerated, as far as I'm concerned.
That JV agreement was never reduced to writing, was it?
No, it wasn't.
And then if inline trading was going to be remunerated, was it not relevant to know the rates of the individuals in inline trading so that you could put that through in your pricing for the bid?
As far as the rates are concerned, the rates are done not according to individuals, but according to the level of seniority. So when we actually did the bid, it was according to the level of seniority.
So did that pricing schedule that you provided then include information about Mr. Mngadi and Mr. King?
Definitely. I think it was a question of not necessarily include, but the responsibilities and the agreed split going forward. I think the reason why we couldn't then finalize it was because the letter of appointment made a provision that we're supposed to sign an SLA with SAA. So we're actually waiting for that particular SLA, the terms and conditions for that SLA, for us to actually conclude our engagement.
Mr. Mahlangu, were you aware when you submitted the bid that you needed to identify the percentage income split as between the different members of the JV? Were you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, let's go to it if we can. You'll find it in the soft file that I provided, which is just our reference point for today. And if you go to the internal page 13 of 55, which for the record is in Ms. Nancy's bundle, which is Exhibit DD2 at page 209. This is a section of the bid that BNP Capital submitted. And you'll see the first heading there under clause 18.2.6 refers to part 6. It refers to the BEE submission. And it reads, bidders must submit their triple BEE certificate. Consortiums or joint ventures must submit a consolidated triple BEE certificate. And then it goes on, and this is the point I was raising with you. Okay. Each member organization must submit the percentage income split as per the consortium or joint venture agreement. The workload split must also be clearly defined and indicated. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I have your evidence to be you weren't aware that you needed to do that when you submitted the BNP Capital bid?
I wasn't aware of this aspect.
Right. Were you aware that you had to submit a consolidated triple BEE certificate for the members of the JV?
Through you, Chair, it was not a requirement then because we took a lead position.
Mr. Mahlangu, I need to follow that up with you. We've already had clarified in your evidence that you accept that you bid as a JV with inline trading. Is that correct?
Yes, as a consortium.
As a consortium.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about a JV agreement that you were in the process of finalizing.
Yeah, hence, through you, Chair, hence I said, I think we're using those two words loosely. I think for the purposes of this discussion. But as I've indicated in my statement, that what I've as far as the consortium or JV, that we had in place was unincorporated, and we haven't actually it was not, finalized as far as written documentation is concerned.
Yes. No, I have no difficulty that it wasn't in writing, but the nature of your bid was a consortium or joint venture with inline trading, correct?
That's true.
And if we read that sentence on the page we're looking at, it's under the heading 18.2.6 part 6, BEE submission. You'll see the second sentence there says consortiums or joint ventures must submit a consolidated triple BEE certificate. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that to mean you must submit a consolidated triple BEE certificate?
Yeah, that's what it meant, but our understanding is based on our experience as far as this type of structures are concerned. So, just to add on that, we're not even made aware of this particular aspect when we submitted our own bid.
Well, it's in the bid submission that you filled in, Mr. Mahlangu. If we go to internal page 5 of that document, if you go back a bit, and for record purposes, that is to be found in Ms. Nancy's bundle, Exhibit DD2 at page 205. Do you see that this is the bid submission you compiled for BNP Capital?
Yes.
And so if we page from that page, page 5, you would have found at page 13 the provision we've just read. Do you see that?
Yes.
But I take it at the time you were not aware of that requirement.
No.
And I take it you then accept that if it was a requirement of this bid and you did not comply with it, you ought not to have been awarded the tender.
That's true.
Thank you. If you just remain at that internal page 13, which is in Exhibit DD2 at page 209, you'll see there's also a part there on pricing schedule. It says bidders must submit a detailed costing schedule. Do you see that?
So on what page?
Apologies. So we're on internal page 13 of 55 in that soft file. That was the page we were looking at previously. Okay. And then I was just drawing your attention to the second clause there, 18.2.7, Part 7, which has the heading Pricing Schedule. And it says there, bidders must submit a detailed costing schedule. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it says all prices submitted must reflect the total landed costs of the proposed products to SAA. The relevant INCO term is DAP, Johannesburg SAA warehouse, and include all applicable taxes. I take that to apply where it's a procuring of products. But insofar as it related to this bid, the requirement was for a detailed costing schedule. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Did you supply one at the time of submitting the bid?
No, I didn't. And can I just talk to it?
Certainly.
Yes. I think as far as the wording here is concerned, as I've indicated at the beginning, that how we viewed it was us being a lead and heavy subcontractor. But having read this, I can understand why you keep on coming to this point, because it actually moves from consortium to joint venture, which basically makes these particular requirements. But as far as our submissions were concerned, we're viewed as a lead bidder and with inline trading as sort of a subcontract, even though it doesn't actually reflect in our documentation.
Understood.
But I agree with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu, and I appreciate that. Just in terms of your pricing schedule, though, whether you were presenting it as the lead or as a member of a consortium, do you accept that no pricing schedule was provided when you submitted the bid on the 18th of March 2016?
That's not true. It was submitted.
Then why was it resubmitted in April 2016?
I'm not aware of that.
Let me take you to the relevant correspondence then. You'll find it in, you'll now need to actually take out Exhibit DD2, which is Ms. Nancy's bundle. Chair, you should have it there. Yes, we had looked at it earlier. And you'll find the relevant correspondence at page 282 of that bundle.
Sorry, it's exhibit? I mean, it's the...
Page is 282.
Yes.
Mr. Mahlangu, if we start at the bottom of the page, we will then be able to read this correspondence in chronological order. You'll see below the middle of the page an email there. Could you please tell us who it is from and who it is to?
It's through you, Chair. It's the email from Silas. Yeah, I can't say the surname proper. Which was sent to us on the 8th of April, 2016, to me and Mr. Mngadi, which is written, the subject is appointment of a transition advisor. It says, Dear Daniel, please send to me via email a copy of BNP recent financial statement. Is it possible for me to get them today as we are behind time?
Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu. Can I just pause at the sender and recipients of that email correspondence? Just locate ourselves in time. We're on the 8th of April 2016. Do you see that for the email?
Yes.
And at that point in time, as I have the evidence, the bids had been submitted on the 18th of March, but no decision had been communicated to you yet, because we just clarified in your evidence you only got the result from SAA on the 22nd of April,
That's
correct?
True.
So this is in the period between bid submission and final decision by SAA. Do you accept that?
That's true.
Why was Mr. Matsaudza emailing you and Mr. Mngadi about this BNP Capital's bid?
I wouldn't answer that. I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Can I raise with you my query about it?
Yes.
You see, The bid that went in on the 18th of March made no reference whatsoever to Mr. Mngadi. Is that correct?
You mean as far as the information concerning?
Yes.
Yes, that's true.
He'd asked previously, the prior month, for all references to him to be removed. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's true.
So I'm just struggling, and you'll tell me if you don't know, but why would SAA then know to email Mr. Mngadi in relation to a BNP Capital bid that made no reference to him on any of the documents?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know that.
So there weren't interactions that you had with SAA in that period to say, and by the way, Mr. Mngadi is with us in this bid?
No, but remember the RFI was a discussion between Mr. Mngadi and the gentleman called Silas here that we got. So it started before that.
Yes, but at that point, he had not yet approached you about a partnership with BNP Capital,
That's
had
true.
he? Indeed. So I think you'll understand the force of my query. What Mr. Msaudza is emailing here is in relation to the people he understands to be in the BNP Capital bid. Do you see that?
That's true. But at the same time, I would like to, because when you actually send an RFI, Mr. Mngadi could have been part of the emails that have been sent to Mr. Silas, because he kept on requesting quite a whole lot of information. So I can't, that is why I'm saying, given the information, it becomes very difficult as to why. But there's been some correspondence prior to this.
I just wanted to get, for the record's purposes, whether you could assist us with that oddity, as I saw it on the face of that email. But you don't have personal knowledge, as I understand it.
That's true, yes.
You also were not aware that Nedbank bid for the same transaction advisor services at the time, were you?
No.
If I can take you to 2 pages of that bid, Mr. Mahlangu, you'll find it earlier in Ms. Nancy's bundle, that's Exhibit DD2, and you'll find it at page 198. Mr. Mahlangu, I take it that this is not a document you were aware of at the time. Is that correct?
That's true.
As I see that document on its face, it's dated 18 March 2016, and it is what appears to be the covering letter to an appointment of a transaction advisor to provide financial advice to SAA. And it reads in the first sentence, "Thank you for your invitation to tender for the appointment of transaction advisor." Do you see that?
I do, yes.
If you go over the page to 199, there is an extract that has been included in this bundle from the Nedbank bid for those services. Do you see under the transaction team on that page are, amongst other people, a reference to Masocha Mngadi? Do you see that?
I didn't get that page.
Apologies, Chair. It's the next page, 199.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a page of the Nedbank bid dealing with the team composition. And do you see under the heading there?
Yes, I do now.
You do. There's a heading Client Relations. You've got that? Sort of just above midway on the page.
Yes, I do.
And then there are a series of 4 individuals referenced there. Who is the second individual in the Nedbank team? On the line below Client Relations, if you go across the 4 names there.
Are you talking about Putti?
Well, let's go through. If you read from the left under Client Relations, you've got Remo Moyo.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's true.
Who is the second individual?
It's Masocha Mngadi.
Masocha Mngadi.
Yes.
He's the person you're engaging with as inline trading for your bid. Is that right?
That's true.
But at the time, you had no knowledge of his association with Nedbank.
That's true.
Thank you. Ms. Mahlangu, if we then return to page 282, because that was the email correspondence that I said was relevant to the pricing that you put forward after the bid submission. You'll remember
282.
282, Chair.
Okay.
We were in the second half of that page to begin with, because that was the email from Mr. Matsaudza to you, copied to Mr. Mngadi, asking for the recent financials. And then as I have it above that is your response. Is that correct?
Are we still on 282?
Yes, indeed.
She's referring you to the second email from the bottom of that page.
Oh, yes, I can see that.
Okay.
Thank you. What is the date of that email?
It's the 11th.
And and who sends it, and who is
That's
it to?
11 April 2016.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
It's me,
It's you, and who are you sending the email to?
to Silas,
And Mr. Matsaudza, and who is it copied to?
to Mngadi.
Mr. Mngadi.
Yes.
And what does the email reflect?
It's the pricing and the financials.
Yes, let's read it if we may.
It's, please, dear Ms. Silas, please find attached financials and pricing for attention.
And then if you go over to page 284, Mr. Mahlangu, we didn't deem it necessary to attach all of the financials that you submitted with this email. We
Okay.
simply attached the pricing. That was one of the attachments. You'll see that at 284. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So in fairness to you, Mr. Mahlangu, that's why I was asking you why you submitted your pricing after the bid submission. Is that not what we see here?
There was a clarification of our pricing. It's not true. If I take you through to the same document that you have in PN 246, that was our pricing.
PN 246.
Yeah, PN, okay, the same file, but
Yeah.
it's 246.
246.
Yes, that's what we actually submitted. And then we have actually been, through you, Chair, been asked to clarify it further.
Okay.
Let's go to 246, if we then may. So there I have under Section 6, project costing. It reads, the consortium fee will be as follows. The raising fee will be charged at 1.25% of the amount raised. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why was that relevant to the bid for transaction advisor services when it was not requiring any funds being raised?
Through you, Chair, when it's actually standard, when we actually send our documentation, it comes together with this. So it's a template that we have, and all the fees are actually upfront.
I'm not sure I understand that. You were bidding for transaction advisor services, is that correct?
That's true.
And we've established earlier that is a very different thing to sourcing of funds or funds raising, is that correct?
That's true.
So why would you bid for transaction advisor services with reference to a fee for fundraising?
As I've said again, this is our standard proposal. So all our proposal comes with a fee, so that whoever, just in case we get appointed, people actually understand exactly how we actually cost ourselves.
Right, then you go down and you say retainer fee will be charged at an hourly rate as indicated in the table below. This will be offset from the raising, I think that's supposed to be fee, when a project is funded. Is that correct?
That's true. Can I provide clarity here? I think at this point in time, one didn't actually have a clear idea as to how things are going to actually pan out, as to what's the nature of the beast of this, work that we're supposed to have done. So we just provided our standard to say there's a retainer that we do, and when it's final capital raising, this is how we do. As far as advisory work, this is the rate that we charge. Given that this information was submitted at the bidding stage, at the RFI stage. So as we progressed and moved, now we're forced to narrow down the specifics. So hence the costing you find on 284.
We'll follow that up, if we may, in a moment, Mr. Mahlangu. But if we go down to the hourly rates on that page, what I'm interested in there is I see no reference to an individual from inline trading in that table. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But these were the consortium fees, correct?
These were the sort of standard fees as per our standard fees at the office, yes.
If we could, let's start at the top of the page. What I understand this page to be detailing is the consortium's fee, correct?
That's true.
The consortium comprised BNP Capital and inline trading, correct?
That's true.
But the table does not reflect any rates for inline trading's representatives. Is that correct?
Yes. Through you, Chair, I think there was just an error, why they're not included when you actually mentioned consortium. So just an error on our part.
Did you know the rates of the representatives of inline trading?
No, not at this point.
So you would have needed to insert them in order to be compliant with the bid that required you to specify the particular breakdown between consortia members as to what fees they would be charging, correct?
At this point in time, we more or less have an idea. So it was not a question of us understanding exactly how much they charge, but it's for us to actually to send sort of indicative numbers, because these are very indicative numbers to them. Because as I have indicated, it was at the point of just requesting information from us.
Right, we'll move to what was put in the actual bid submission by the 18th of March. But I understood when I asked you the question earlier, had you previously submitted your pricing for the bid? You took me to page 246, is that correct?
That's true.
But what you're clarifying now is this was only submitted at RFI stage, not at RFP stage, correct?
That's true.
Right. So we'll look.
Sorry, I can't confirm it now. Yes, because I don't have the details.
But you think it's true, but subject
Yes.
to confirmation.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes, as I have your evidence, you were explaining why it was rough and ready at this stage. It's because it's only at the information stage, correct?
One, information stage. Two, I guess it was a question of time as well. Yes, because we're moving at a fast pace.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
So what we have is the picture of what you submitted at RFI stage now. We'll jump in due course to what pricing information was submitted with the bid on 18 March.
Okay.
Thank you. But I would like one point of clarification on your response to the RFI. And for that, if you'll go to page 281 in the bundle you're currently busy with, that's Exhibit DD2. So this is section 6 of that response, which has the heading, helpfully pricing schedule, because you'll remember that's what I'm interested in, is when was a pricing schedule submitted?
Yes.
And what I read there, Mr. Mahlangu, but I would like your help on understanding it, is it reflects there, because of the envisaged methodology and complexity of the project, we propose a fee of R1 excluding VAT, plus a fee to SAA on the successful adoption for implementation of our advice as detailed above. So just tell me about that fee of R1 excluding VAT. How is that going to work?
To be honest with you, I think there was an error on our part, hence the fees that were discussed in prior pages.
Because it wouldn't make sense
Yes,
to bid
it
for
doesn't
this
make
at
sense.
R1 excluding VAT.
It doesn't make sense.
Right. So then let's move ahead. We're all agreed it doesn't make sense to bid at R1 for this transaction advisor services. We also have your evidence that what we saw previously was not the final pricing. But then we move to the question of why was pricing then submitted after the bid was put in? Because
I'm sorry, Ms. Hofmeyer,
Apologies,
please don't
Chair.
forget your question.
Certainly.
Can we go back to 281? You have said that reference to R1 excluding VAT was an error. That kind of puzzles me because you are in business, BNP is in business, and isn't that, doesn't that relate to what it might ultimately charge, even if it's not exact? Isn't that an area where you would particularly pay special attention, because you know that if you get the tender, you know, the client needs to have a reasonable idea, at least, if not the exact amount, even at that stage, at least a reasonable idea of what it might cost them to prefer you.
Through you, Chair, I think that there was a duplication, because if you look at the 2.46 and 281 are the same thing. It's a pricing schedule, which is under Section 6. So it was
Okay.
explained. So hence I'm saying the narrative, I mean the discussion on top, which is the one that I'm saying it doesn't actually make sense. But it was explained if you look at
246.
246, which is Section 6, and then you go back to Section 6 again, which is pricing schedule. So perhaps what my team has done is they've realized that it was actually discussed and just left this thing as is.
Yes, okay, no, that's fine.
Well, if I could follow up on that, Mr. Mahlangu, because at 246, there's no indication of what this is going to cost SAA, is there? Because, and let me explain why I say that in fairness to you, all that the table reflects is rates, but it does not reflect how much time you thought was going to be spent, and hence how much would have to be paid by SAA if they chose you for these services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the only part of this document that actually gives a fee is the one at 281, which reflects the fee that we're all agreed can't possibly be the fee. Is that correct?
It's based on this file, yes.
Thank you. Right, if we then go to when the proper pricing schedule, the one that actually detailed a total of 2.6 million, was provided to SAA. I put to you earlier that it appears to only have gone to SAA as an attachment to your email of the 11th of April. And let me take you to that page in fairness. You'll find it at page 282. It's the next page. You'll recall we looked at that email a moment ago,
Yes, that's true.
and we were focusing on the one you sent to Mr. Matsaudza, and it reads, please find financials and pricing for your attention. And then we went over to 284, and that was the pricing schedule which was attached to that email. And I put it to you then that this was a submission of a pricing schedule after the bid submission date had passed. Do you see that?
Yes, however, it was just an explanation of the numbers, as I've said in your previous statement, that what we've submitted was not what just indicative, and then now they have to actually firm down as to what exactly that we're submitting.
But Mr. Mahlangu, you had to bed down your pricing before you submitted your bid before the closing date on the 18th of March, didn't you?
It's true. However, it depends on the work at hand, because in some instances, you're not sure how long this thing is going to take, and you give them indicative because you don't even know how much, what amount of work that is involved. So in most cases, even currently, would actually send our prices. It's only when we're being successful or in the process of client wants to compare apples with apples, because others put a price, others put rates, and then said to you, send us the rates so that we can compare apples with apples.
Ms. Mahlangu, do you accept that you had to submit a pricing schedule with this bid?
Yes.
And the pricing schedule we looked at that was provided in response to the RFI contained the meaningless fee of R1 excluding VAT, correct?
That's true.
And by the 18th of March, when the bids closed, there was no further pricing schedule that had been provided by BNP Capital, correct?
Okay, sorry, through you, Chair, let me go back. It was actually provided, but through rates. So remember what has actually happened here is It's not like the client, they're seeing BNP for the first time. Yes, we actually provided information, we've given our indication of pricing. And the second time is they want to firm up as far as that pricing is concerned.
Did they ask you to firm it up?
They ask us to actually send a pricing schedule because what we have done is just send the rates.
Well, Mr. Mahlangu, the only email we have relating to correspondence after the bid was closed on the 18th of March, and when you were awarded the tender on the 22nd of April, is the email at the bottom of page 282. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that what Mr. Matsaudza asked you for there was a copy of your financial statements? He made no reference to a pricing schedule.
That's true.
So other than this, was there any other correspondence from SAA that required you to put through your pricing schedule?
I can't remember. I mean, it's been it happened in 2016. I can't recall all what basic transpired. But as far as from this information that I have before me, I could tell that based on our pricing, that was not specific to a number, but to rates. Then we actually have. I guess they wanted to compare apples with apples, hence we've been asked to send this.
Well, maybe let's ask this. You said SAA asked you for clarification. How did that request come to you? Was it telephonic? Was it by way of written communication? Or did you hear from Mr. Mngadi that that's what they wanted?
It's via email.
Via email?
Yes.
Is that email in this bundle or is it anywhere here before me? Have you seen it in the bundles in preparation for giving evidence? Is it something you have recently seen?
No,
You haven't seen?
I haven't seen it.
Okay. But are you sure that there was an email asking
Definitely.
for clarification?
Definitely, because, I mean, even our response was via email, so.
But, Mr. Mahlangu, I must probe that further because you supplied your pricing schedule in response to an email that didn't ask for it. Are you saying that there's another email that asked for it?
What I'm saying is the pricing that we sent was actually on rates, and we've been actually asked to firm up on the price because they couldn't actually compare apples with apples. So we had to actually send that pricing. But as to, because this thing happened in 2016, as to whether that communication is in one of these files, I can't.
Ms. Mahlangu, in fairness to you, we have found through the Commission's engagements with SAA no other email than this one at the bottom of page 282 that requires you to provide your financials and makes no reference to pricing. It's not impossible that such an email exists, but we'd ask for your assistance if it does exist on your records to provide it to us in due course.
Yeah, I'll try, because I've been battling with my records, yes.
Certainly, but let me put the proposition to you then. If it was a requirement of the bid that you submit a pricing schedule before the 18th of March 2016, do you accept that BNP Capital did not do so?
Through you, Chair, I don't agree.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you accept that if BNP did not, as a matter of fact, do so, then its bid would not have been fully compliant?
Through you, Chair, hence I'm saying I don't agree.
No. I'm saying assume that you are
we
wrong.
haven't.
Assume that you are wrong. Assume that, in fact, the pricing wasn't sent through before the closing date. If that is the position,
Definitely.
would you accept that then the bid was not fully compliant?
Through you, Chair, definitely.
Okay.
And just one follow-up to that, Mr. Mahlangu. It was on the email of 11 April that you provided the pricing schedule that indicated that the fee to SAA would be 2.6 million or thereabouts. Is that correct?
I don't have an email. What page are we on?
Apologies. It's at page 284. It's the pricing schedule that you attached to your email of the 11th of April. Do you see there you actually do now attribute hours to the rates and you give a total there, including VAT, of 2689830. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So that was BNP's fee for the transaction advisor services if it was awarded the tender, correct?
That's true.
And prior to 11 April 2016, that fee had not yet been made known to SAA, correct?
That's true. Only the rates, yes.
Thank you.
So just to make sure that I understand, do you accept that this fee was not made known to SAA before the closing date for the bid?
Yes, I do. However, what I'm saying, Chair, is that only the rates were made.
Yes.
No,
yeah.
yes.
Okay. But the absence of this information in the bid would mean, would it not, that SAA would not have any reasonable idea as to how much, or more or less how much, you would charge, it would have to pay you if it preferred you, if it preferred BNP?
That's true, sir. Chair. Hence, they had to actually send, the clarification email.
Afterwards?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Mahlangu, just to conclude the aspects on inline trading, at any point in 2016, did you become aware that inline trading is a car dealership?
No.
So up until the point that the award was cancelled with SAA, you had not engaged further with inline trading about its line of business, had you?
No.
Then am I to take it that you took that description that Mr. Mngadi provided on Saturday the 13th of February as the accurate description of the business of inline trading?
That's true. However, over and above that, for him to supply us with all the information and their CVs. So that's basically the position we're at that point in time.
You got certain information from Mr. Mngadi about inline trading that was submitted with the bid, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I've certainly seen in the documents their SARS certificate that you spoke about earlier, correct?
That's true.
I've seen indication of their bank account details, is that correct?
That's true.
But you made reference to CVs, and I haven't seen CVs. Can you assist me with that?
I think as far as this file is concerned, I'm not sure whether those, those CVs are actually contained. But what I remember is the profile for is it Mr. King? Yes, that's what I remember.
Yes, he's certainly included in a team structure diagram that I've seen. You'll find that in Ms. Nancy's bundle, which is Exhibit DD2, at page 273. Do you see that diagram on that page?
Yes, I do. Through Chair.
And I see you at the top of that page, identified as lead project director. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then tell us what position Mr. King was to occupy.
As far as our understanding is concerned, as I've actually indicated at the beginning, that when we see Mr. King, in our view is, and Mr. Mngadi, they're actually in the same position. Because as far as our understanding, that's going to be our responsibility, to actually liaise with the client, one, to coordinate all the inputs that they get from the client, and then provide us with actually whatever input that they get. So that was our responsibility. I mean, that our understanding at the time when this thing was put together.
Understand, but you indicated that the profiles of the people who would come from inline trading were provided by Mr. Mngadi, is that correct?
That's true. That's my understanding, yes.
Indeed. My challenge with this document, though, is that the only place where Mr. King is referenced is actually in this diagram that we're looking at page 273. And actually, when you get to give the qualifications and experience of your team members later in that document, everyone from BNP Capital is there, but no one from inline trading is there. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, but just for completeness, let's go to it. It's at page 279 of that same bundle, Exhibit DD2. See, as I have it, we're progressing in the document that was submitted. We start with your team structure. That's the page we've just looked at with the diagram. And it's identifying yourself as the head, and amongst the people in second command are Mr. King. And now you come to page 279. What is the heading of that section of this proposal?
Team qualifications? Sorry.
Team qualifications, thank you. And then who are the people who are referenced there?
It's BNP Capital people.
Indeed. So you accept the proposition I put to you, which is that there's no information at all of anyone from inline trading.
That's true.
Thank you.
Under the column with your qualifications there is MPA dissertation. What did that mean? Under the column at page 279 that gives your qualifications, there is MPA dissertation. What did that mean? I just asked because I didn't see that qualification when we were dealing with your qualifications earlier on.
Yes, thank you, Chair. At some point in my life, I did MPA. Yes, and I was just left with this dissertation. And
So dissertation meant you meant that the dissertation was still outstanding.
Definitely.
You had not completed it.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mahlangu, as I have your evidence, BNP was going to be the lead in this consortium in its engagements with SAA, correct?
That's true.
But BNP itself had no interactions with SAA, correct?
That's true.
Was that even the position after the award of the transaction advisor services?
That's true.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hofmeyer, I may have missed something.
Certainly.
At some stage, I think you were raising the point that he put the names of people from BNP, I think with their qualifications, but
Yes.
nobody from inline trading.
Yes.
I didn't hear what the answer was to that.
As I have it, he accepted that. Correct?
He accepted that, yeah. Okay.
And
Let me. Ms. Hofmeyer put the question to you that it appeared that you only put staff from BNP as the people who were involved in the project, as I understood the question, and there was nobody mentioned from inline trading. Do you remember her asking that question?
yes, I do, Chair.
Yes, and you confirmed that was so, that you did not include or mention anybody from inline trading.
Yes, I guess on my part it was an oversight, based on the fact that, as I said at the beginning, that I was not actually involved with this documentation. So at the beginning, when my guys at the office were running with it, Ngadi was part of it. Yes, and then at 11th hour I pulled out. So I think.
Did you say Mngadi?
Yes, Mr. Masoja. Mngadi.
Yes,
Yes. At 11th hour, I pulled out based on the letter over the weekend.
Yes.
So I think things just fell through the cracks then.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that you only knew recently, not then, that he pulled out and suggested that somebody else's name be included in his place.
I saw on the, yes, I just saw, I only knew now as far as the email. I thought
Yes.
he was actually just instructed my guys to actually to do that.
Yes.
Because I saw Mr. King, I thought perhaps because he was actually just engaging with my guys as far as the preparation of this document is concerned. So I thought that was, they understood. But when I saw the email, now it shows that he actually asked them to remove his details on that particular documentation.
Okay, let me make sure I understand that. Are you saying that at that time, you were aware that Mr. Ngadi had asked that his name be withdrawn or should not be in, and that the name of Mr. Brandon King be the one that would be put in the place of his name, but what you were seeing for the first time about 2 weeks ago or so was the email?
Through you, Chair, what I'm saying is, my understanding was Ngad was still part of this. There he is. And when things were done, because the communication happened over the weekend, and when things were done, for him to actually request one of our guys to remove his name, I was not aware of that. Yes. But when names of people were actually put in the documentation, my understanding is these are guys still inline trading guys. So I didn't actually think about it,
Yes.
to the point where I would start questioning as to why did he withdraw his information.
Yeah.
Yes. So that didn't actually bother me at that point in time.
Yes.
It's only now when, in hindsight with all the information that you realize basically, yes.
Yeah, because one would expect that Mr. Ngadi, on your understanding, and as a matter of fact, having been the lead guy from inline trading, he came to you, he met with you for the first time, and he was very active and so on. That you would be surprised if in documents that were supposed to reflect who is involved with inline trading, who are the people in inline trading, you would be surprised if his name did not appear in that list, wouldn't you?
True, Chair.
Yes, and one would therefore, particularly for somebody that active in regard to inline trading's business, that one would expect that you would say, well, I want to find out how come, and that you would have asked.
That's true, Chair. As I said, I think when things were actually moving at that pace at that point in time, one actually didn't ask a lot, and for obvious, not that for obvious reasons, but things were just moving, and hence I said even this letter, I just got it now to say remove me, but no one even told me the office to say, because it is the letter to say we must remove him, because it was just addressed to one of the employees.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think on my part also, I'll actually, take responsibility for that, to say perhaps what one should have actually done was to actually ask as to why. But in hindsight, because I think when you run a business, we don't run a business with the intention that we audit ourselves in the process. So we
But at the same time, you have to be alert as to who you're dealing with, because otherwise you don't have the best interests of your own business at heart if you are not going to at least take reasonable steps to make sure that people that you are seen with are not, or you are seen to be associated with in business are not going to be people that may give your company a bad name.
That's true, Chair, I agree. Thank you.
Ms. Mahlangu, if I may, I'd like to proceed to those parts of the bid that you completed and in respect of which you needed to satisfy yourself as to the accuracy of the information you were providing. And for that purpose, I'd just like to preface the questions with The speed over the RFI submission is now over for the purposes of this bid submission, because that happened on the 16th of February, and now you've got a month and 2 days before you prepare and submit the bid submission. Do you accept that?
I guess before you submit, you have to prepare and submit
Indeed.
before you submit.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yes?
Thank you. So there are a number of declarations that you gave in that bid that was submitted on the 18th of March 2016. I'd like to take you to the first of those. If you pick up the soft file in front of you, and you go to internal page 19 of 55, and for record purposes, that will be found in Exhibit DD2, which is Ms. Nancy's bundle at page 212. Do you see that document, Mr. Mahlangu?
It's P212.
PN 212, internal page numbering 19 of 55. Are you on that page?
Yes, Ma'am.
Thank you. What is this document?
It's the declaration of interest.
And if you go over the page to internal page 20 of 55, which will be found in Exhibit DD1 at page 391, which is Ms. Stimple's bundle, please read for us what you are declaring when you sign that document. And I pick it up at the place indicated 3, declaration on that page. Can you read for us what you declare by signing that document?
I, Polisani, oh, sorry. I, through you, Chair, I, Polisani Daniel Mahlangu, undersigned, the undersigned certify that the information finished paragraph 2.1 to 2.3.1 above is correct, except that the principal may act against me in terms of paragraph 23 of the general conditions of the contract, should this declaration prove to be false.
Thank you. Did you understand then what you were doing when you signed this declaration? You were giving that confirmation as to the correctness of the information.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you. If we go back to the page, the aspect that I'm interested in is the one that appears at 2.2 on internal page 19. You'll see there that the declaration of interest asks you to answer the following question. Do you or any person connected with the bidder have any relationship, family, friend, or other with a person employed by the principal who may be involved in the evaluation and or adjudication of this bid? Do you see that?
I'm not sure whether we're on the same page.
That's
Apologies.
2.2 at page PN 212, internal page 19 of 55.
Or 2.12.
The page is internal page 19 of 55.
Oh,
The one at the top is
So on which
PN.
file now?
On the soft file.
It's a
On this
smaller
file?
file.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. And if you go back a page, I think you'll find at the bottom internal page 19 of 55.
Okay.
Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Mahlangu. I didn't realize you weren't there. Do you see clause 2.2 at the bottom of that page?
Yes, I do.
And what it asks you to answer is a question. Do you or any person connected with the bidder have any relationship, family, friend, or other with a person employed by the principal, that in this case is a reference to SAA, and who may be involved in the evaluation or adjudication of this bid? Do you see that?
Yes.
I understood from your evidence this morning that you didn't inquire of Mr. Mngadi if he had any personal relationships with persons at SAA when you met with him originally. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you make any inquiries of him before you filled out this declaration?
No.
So how did you answer no to that question?
Because in our knowledge, Mr. Mngadi was actually running his own business,
Was a what?
running his own entity.
Was running his own entity,
Yes,
inline trading.
definitely.
Okay.
But then why wouldn't that still have applied? Because the question asks you whether you or any person connected with the bidder, and inline trading was your consortium partner,
Yes.
So why wouldn't they have been people that you had to establish whether they had any personal relationships with people who were going to be adjudicating this bid?
To be honest, I didn't actually ask them. Yes.
No, she understands that. She is asking why
What-
you didn't see it as important or relevant or as your duty to ask Mr. Ngadi before I give you an answer to this question. Maybe let's do it this way. Just look at that question.
Yes.
2.2. Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, it says, do you or any person connected with the bidder have any relationship, in brackets, family, friend, other, close brackets, with a person employed by the principal and who may be involved with the evaluation and or adjudication of this bid? You see that?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Now, of course, you did know whether you have had any relationship with any of those people.
That's true.
Yeah. But now it goes further. It says, any person connected with the bidder. Who was the bidder here? What was your understanding of who the bidder was?
It's
that was
us in
offered?
inline trading.
Sorry?
It's BNP and inline trading.
Yes. So the question, part of the question then was, do you or does any person connected with BNP and inline trading have any relationship with a person employed by the principal and who may be involved with the evaluation and or adjudication of this bid? One in Mr. Mngadi would fall within that, isn't it?
That's true.
Yes. So do you accept that you should have checked whether he had any such relationship with the persons contemplated in that question at SAA? Do you accept that he is one of the people the question expected you to deal with when you say no, there is no person connected with the bidder who has any relationship with anybody who might be involved in the evaluation or adjudication of the bid?
Yes, that's true, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I think obviously in our discussion it didn't indicate to us whether he's got any relationships. I mean, any family or friend or other that are actually involved in the adjudication of this process.
Yes, but leave out what he didn't say. You were the one who was going to give an answer to the question, and you were supposed to give a truthful answer. Okay?
Yes.
Therefore, if you didn't know whether he had such a relationship with somebody at SAA, then you had an obligation to ask him, isn't it?
That's true, sir.
And the question is, you didn't ask him, why not? Before saying here no.
The way I read the question was in essence, I think focused on us as BNP Capital and our consortium. I agree with you, Chair, and Ms. Hofmeyer, that perhaps we could have actually asked that particular question. But in our engagement, at that point in time, we didn't actually, suspect anything. So, as I said, that time was of essence. So we just, signed a document and moved on.
Well, Ms. Hofmeyer told you earlier on, the time when you didn't have much time, that is before the closing date for the RFI is gone. This is now when you had about a month to put in the bid, as I understand the position. So time was not a problem to find out who among the people who are involved in this bid on the part of your consortium might have a relationship with people at SAA.
Yes, I agree with Chair,
Yes.
with you, Chair. Hence I said, as far as the nature of business is concerned, I think I've been involved in many of these things, and I haven't been asked this particular question. So now looking back in hindsight, perhaps not it's the question that's supposed to be asked on a consistent basis. But in our nature of our business, I haven't been actually asked this particular question. And when we actually engaged with Mungad, didn't give us any indication that is involved, or it doesn't actually, he's got any relationships. But I do agree with Chair. Perhaps we
Yes.
should have asked the question.
But the other thing, in terms of what Mr. Mngadi told you right from the beginning, in terms of your own evidence, it is that he had a long-standing relationship with SAA, isn't it?
That's true.
Yes. So I would have thought that when you see a question like this, and knowing that Mr. Mngadi is a person connected with the bidder, as contemplated in this question, that would be the time when you would say, you know what, Mr. Mngadi came here and he indicated he has been involved with SAA for a long time. I need to find out if he has got any such relationships before I can answer this question. That's what I would have expected you to do. What do you say to that?
No, I agree with you, Chair. I think in hindsight, if one given the benefit of the doubt, yes, all of us should be doing it. But I guess it's the nature of the business. So otherwise, we wouldn't actually complete this document if we had to go through each and every point and answer.
No,
Sorry.
Mr. Mahlangu, how can you say that? I mean, you are not supposed to sign any document unless you have read it, and you are not supposed to give information and give it as true when you don't know if it's true. And here, you are asked on the next page, you do certify. You say, I, Polisani Daniel Mahlangu, the undersigned, certify that the information furnished in paragraph 2.1 to 2.3.1 above is correct. So you are telling the people who must adjudicate here that your answers that you have given here are correct.
That's true, Chair.
And yet we find out now that you don't know, and you didn't know then, whether Mr. Mngadi, who was a person connected with the bidder as the question contemplated, had somebody with whom he had a family or other relationship at SAA. Can you see that it means that you gave incorrect information, because you gave the impression that you knew that there was nobody connected with the bidder who knew somebody at SAA who could be involved in the evaluation or adjudication of the bid, and yet you are saying that you didn't know.
Yes, Chair. I think I do agree in some of the aspects of your discussion, but perhaps it's incorrect to say I gave the wrong information. I think at that point in time when we did the bid and based on information that was available to us, we took that decision.
No, let's deal with that. Did you know at that time whether there was anybody connected with the bidder who had any relationship, family, friend, or other, with a person employed by the principal and who may be involved with the evaluation or adjudication of the bid? Did you know?
No, there wasn't.
Yeah. No. Are you saying no, you did not know, or are you saying no, there wasn't anybody like that?
I didn't know.
Yes, but your answer here doesn't say you don't know. It says no, there was no such person. Look at the answer. You said no, didn't you?
Yes, hence I'm saying, I did say I don't know. I mean, I did say no, and the reason why I did say no, because people amongst our team, no one actually had that relationship with SAA.
No, Mr. Mahlangu. If the question requires you to indicate what you know, you have to indicate what you know. If you don't know, you say you don't know. Now here, you are being asked the question whether there was anybody connected with the bidder who had family relationships or friendship with anybody involved in the evaluation or adjudication of the bid. And if you didn't know, you needed to ask people or get whatever information so that when you answered from a position of knowledge.
I agree with you, Chair.
Otherwise, if you didn't make those inquiries, your only correct answer would be something like you did not have any such relationship, but you didn't know if there was anybody else who might have that relationship. But your duty was to check.
I agree with you, Chair.
Yes. And the question again is, why didn't you check? Why didn't you make those inquiries?
There was no doubt in my mind that anybody in our team had actually had that. Yes. However, in hindsight, Chair, yes, so that maybe we don't spend too much time. I think in hindsight, I agree with you that perhaps it's the exercise that one needs to do going forward. Yes, especially as far as this, exercises are concerned. But I think at that point in time, one just took it for granted.
But when you say in your team, do you include Mr. Mngadi?
Yes.
But you hadn't known Mr. Mngadi for a long time, unlike maybe the other people in your office. And I would have thought that you would think, no, this man I haven't known for a long time, I must ask him. You didn't think about doing it that way?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mahlangu, we've dealt with, what I'm focusing on now are documents and declarations that you were responsible for. And we've looked at the declaration of interest. I then want to take you to one of the letters that you sent out in the course of this engagement with SAA. It is a letter that was actually sent to the representative of GRISAG, Mr. van der Merwe. You reference it in your statement. It's the last annexure because it's an email that comes from Mr. Mngadi with the text of the letter that he wants you to send on to GRISAG. So I'm just orientating you. I want to find the letter first that went to GRISAG. You'll find that in Mr. van der Merwe's bundle, which is Exhibit DD3. Chair, you should also have that available to you. It's Exhibit DD3.
I don't have DD3 here, unless...
It's a file like this, if you can look this way.
Thank you. I'm indebted, Chair. Mine is in a hard lever arch file, so I wouldn't have been any the wiser. Mr. Mahlangu, if you turn in that bundle to page 18, it's under tab 4. Do you see that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, it's mine.
And is that a letter that you're familiar with having sent to Mr. Peter van der Merwe?
Yes, I've sent it, yes.
And let me just assist you, because you do provide in your statement the email version of this that came from Mr. Mngadi. You might recall that it's right at the end of your bundle, and you'll find it there at page 145.
I'm sorry, what page?
145 of Mr. Mahlangu's bundle, which is DD 11, I think. No, DD4, apologies, Chair.
Oh, yes.
Do you remember that, Mr. Mahlangu?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mahlangu, this is a letter that was sent to Mr. van der Merwe on the 22nd of April. You'll pick up that date on the email version, which is attached to your statement. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. And the evidence of Mr. van der Merwe confirmed that he received this letter on the 22nd of April. What I'm interested in is the first line of that letter, Mr. Mahlangu, because it says, please find attached under cover hereof a mandate from South African Airways whereby SAA, amongst others, mandates BHP, I think that's a typing error, capital, to raise and arrange funding for and on behalf of SAA for the purposes of the consolidation of SAA's debt of 15 billion rand. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
On the 22nd of April 2016, BNP Capital had not been appointed yet to source funds for SAA. Is that correct?
That's true.
So why does this letter state that it had been so appointed?
Through you, Chair. When I actually saw this letter, which was actually just an exchange between Mngadi and one of my employees at the office, I think it's only now when I actually pay attention to it, that because as far as the initial letter was concerned, it was actually just attaching our appointment letter as far as advisory is concerned. But when one goes through the detail of it, then it mentions the capital raising. It's only then that, I don't know why it was sent in this particular version, but it's only now that it raises eyebrows.
So you didn't check this letter before you allowed your signature to be appended to it?
As I said, it was just an exchange between...
I'm sorry, I'm still at 145. That is from Mr. Moyo, not from Mr. Mahlangu.
Indeed, apologies, Chair. You have to go back into Mr. van der Merwe's exhibit,
And
which
that's
is...
what page again?
That was page 18, 18.
18
Yes.
of the same file.
Of DD3. Sorry, Chair.
136.
We're in the soft file, which is Mr. van der Merwe's. There are so many pages today.
Okay,
If
page
you-
18.
18.
Yes, yes.
This is the letter, which
Mr.
is a
Mahlangu
replica
signed.
of the email.
Yes, yeah.
But this is the one that contains Mr. Mahlangu's signature.
Yes, yes.
So it is at this point that I asked Mr. Mahlangu whether he read this text of this letter before he sent it to Mr. van der Merwe.
Through you, Chair, it wasn't sent by me, it was sent by Ivan. So as I've indicated before, the guys at the office, that there's a template that they used, that they append it's actually my signature is there. So when I look at it, it was just a correspondence between Mngadi and Ivan, but memorandum of understanding between, I think there was a mistake here, with his it's supposed to be BNP and Grisak. And eventually Ivan sent that letter to...
But Mr. Mahlangu, apologies, I did understand your evidence earlier to be that there was an electronic signature of yours available in BNP. Is that correct?
There is a template, letter template, yes, that they were using, which
Right.
the electronic signature was constantly there.
But I understand your evidence earlier to be you would nonetheless check letters that were being sent out in your name. Is that correct?
Not in most cases. It depends on the nature of that particular letter. Yes, it's for instance, for instance, in this particular case, it was just an engagement. When I read the subject of the letter, to me, it gave me an impression that Masocha is actually introducing Grisak into the picture. And it says, this is fine, basically, our letter, because there's
You say Masocha, that is Mr. Mngadi.
Yes.
Otherwise, the transcript will, anyone reading the transcript will think that's somebody else now.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Mngadi basically came up with this particular letter, yes, and had a discussion. There was a to and fro between him and one of my guys at the office, and eventually one of my guys at the office put this letter on the letterhead, and then attached the letter of appointment for transactional advisory and sent it with. And as far as I'm concerned, I didn't actually go through it that much because I thought, okay, fine, what's going on here? You actually, you've been actually, Mr. Mngadi is bringing Grisek on the table, and it's an introduction type of a discussion because that was some of your responsibilities.
Mr. Mahlangu, I really would like to get clear what your knowledge was at the time that this letter was sent. Did you look at the letter before it was sent out by Mr. Moyo bearing your signature?
No, I didn't.
Did you learn of it shortly after the 22nd of April?
No, I didn't. I didn't actually. To be honest with you, it's only now this letter that makes sense to me. That
No. Well, when did you see it for the first time, this letter? And I'm not asking for a date. I'm meaning recently in preparation for the commission.
Definitely, yes.
So at no point in 2016, when all of this was going on, were you aware of this letter?
No.
Does that concern you, that letters were being sent out under your name and representing your company in circumstances where you had no knowledge that those letters were being sent out?
Yes, through you, Chair. In some instances, I would be CC'd, yes, in those letters. As I even indicated at the beginning, that I had, professionals that were actually running some of these things. So if a letter is not sort of implicating or there isn't much on that particular letter, it's just an introductory letter. So I wouldn't actually spend time on it.
Well, Mr. Mahlangu, I'm getting quite concerned. Did people in your office have your permission or authority to put your signature on letters that you had not approved or seen?
At some point they did. Hence, I had to actually come up with a policy to say no one actually uses my electronic signature going forward.
How had that come about, that you gave people in your office permission to put your signature on letters, correspondence that you had not seen?
Through you, Chair, I think it's the nature of our business. If, for instance, it's a question of the content of in that particular letter and who it actually addresses to and what it says. So in most instances, what would usually happen is if that letter goes to a particular client, then obviously one needs to actually look at that particular letter. Or otherwise, I'll get a brief on that part, on the content of the letter, because in most cases I would be away when actually that particular event is actually taking place.
I understand completely the position that not every letter from a company needs to be seen by the boss, by the person in charge. That I accept. Of course, in some cases you just can't operate on the basis that you must see every letter, okay? But what is normally done is if you have got people at a certain level, you let them sign letters. The letters, they go out on the letterhead of the organization, but with their signatures and not yours. And the ones that go out with your signature would be the ones that, one, you have seen and we have approved, or the ones that might fall into a category which is non-contentious. Maybe if it's, you might have certain categories to say, no, if it's this or that, that's fine. But anything else, if it's going to go out with my signature, I must see. Otherwise, it must go out with someone's signature who has drafted it, who knows about it. That's what I would expect.
That's true, sir. I think in some instances I would actually do that when time permits, but in others, depending, as I said, it depends on the seriousness of that particular letter.
But why wouldn't you, I understand you were saying you had senior people, experienced people, so why wouldn't you let them sign correspondence that related to matters that they were dealing with? Particularly where you had not seen the correspondence, so they can take responsibility. Nobody can meet you in town and say, why did you send me such a nonsensical letter? And you don't know about it.
I understand, Chair. I think in this particular cases, in hindsight, I think we actually never had any issue with the letters. And as I've said before, that what usually happened was there was a template that everyone was actually getting used to it, which had my signature already attached to it. So people will write whatever they want to write.
But that doesn't explain why you wouldn't let them, you wouldn't say to them, if you write a letter to somebody in regard to the business of the organization, you put your own signature, not my signature, unless I have seen that letter.
Yes, I agree, Chair. I think it was a fault on my part.
Mr. Mahlangu, do you accept that this letter was false?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. In terms of GRISAG, because you've introduced GRISAG in your explanation around this, did you have any direct interactions between Mr. van der Merwe and BNP Capital?
No.
Did anyone, to your knowledge, within BNP Capital have any interactions with Mr. van der Merwe?
I think it's Mr. Moyo at some point. Yes.
Do you know that as a fact, or do you surmise that?
You mean knowing in terms, because they exchange some emails between the two of them?
Directly between Mr. Moyo and Mr. van der Merwe?
At some point it happened.
Because I'm going to pick up on this topic of what is stated in the letters that bear your name, because there are a great many facts about GRISAG that are put to SAA when BNP Capital is motivating for a cancellation fee. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
And who was responsible for obtaining those facts from GRISAG?
It's Mr. Mngadi.
And how would your team check those facts?
Okay, can I just understand the question? When you mean facts in terms of the fees or?
What GRISAG was doing. I'll take you to all the correspondence in due course, but there are lots of letters under your name.
Yes.
That say GRISAG is flying directors to Paris, that say GRISAG has got breakage costs, that say GRISAG is going to place a penalty of $5 million on BNP Capital. I understand your evidence to be you had no interactions with Mr. van der Merwe, correct?
That's true.
So where do those facts that appear in your letters come from?
Mr. Mngadi.
Did he send them to you and then you put them in the letters?
Yes. Remember at the beginning, Mr. Mngadi actually is the one that had an interaction with GRISAG. Yes. So in our understanding with him was that he understands what GRISAG's needs are, given, because that's the function he was actually dealing with. So he understands what SAA's needs are. So he was a gentleman that would actually, a representative of inland trade, now to go to GRISAG and say, GRISAG, what is it that you require, and provide that information to us.
So did you check those facts yourself, ever?
The email that he sent, that he said, okay, fine, because what it basically did is, he would send us a discussion that he had with GRISAG, and said, this is the discussion that I had with GRISAG. GRISAG actually wants this. So would actually, follow that.
Did he give you a summary of the discussion, or did he give you the text of the letter that he wanted you to send to SAA?
The text of the letter.
Why didn't you just say to Mr. Mngadi, I know none of these facts. Why don't you just write to SAA and motivate on this basis for the cancellation fee?
As far as the cancellation fee, I'm not sure whether we're actually there now, see? I mean, Chair.
Well, she's
Yes.
asking you a general question, but it might...
Yes, because it's
relate to- yeah,
interlinked,
But
yeah.
basically, the question is, you were being given draft letters
That's true.
by Mr. Mngadi, which, if you sent out under your signature, would convey to either SAA or whoever, SAA, that you were saying these are the facts about Grisak, and yet you didn't know that those were the facts. You just heard from Mr. Mngadi. So the question is, if I understand correctly, the question is, why didn't you ask Mr. Mngadi to say, Mr. Mngadi, you're the one who knows whether these facts are true. Why don't you write under your own name to SAA and tell them these facts?
Thank you, Chair. I remember, Chair, at the beginning what I said was there were actually arrangements in place as to how we communicate to the client. So his responsibility was for him to actually communicate with us, communicate with the client, and communicate with other parties. So he was actually doing that role. So when he actually introduced Grisak into the equation, so we've never met Grisak, we've never heard of Grisak. So at that point in time when we said, there's Grisak, especially as far as this letter is concerned, that was sent initially. So secondly, when he actually brought the issue of the cancellation fee, because that issue was brought immediately after the award of the sourcing of funding letter. So on that letter, he basically said, this is what Grisak actually would want, yes. And basically had all the details, because all the details that have been actually, that basically read, he detailed in the mail. If where we're sitting, we thought this is Grisak, what Grisak wants, because he introduced them. So even you can see even the correspondence where Mr. Van der Merwe was actually communicating directly with him. So he would actually send us, sort of forward us information from Pete himself, Mr. Van Merwe himself. So we had no doubt in our minds to say, this is exactly that information that comes from Grisak.
Mr. Mahlangu, I will come back to this point in due course once we've got the full story about the way in which these interactions were working between Mr. Mngadi, yourself, and SAA. But before we do that, I do, in fairness to you, want to go in time, first to the FSP license suspension of BNP, and then from there we will go to the cancellation fee in more detail. So if we pick up the FSP license issue, you'll find that at page 25 of your statement.
Ms. Hofmeyer, we are
Yes.
2.5 minutes before 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, I think we will continue at least until 5.
Indeed, Chair.
We'll take a break at 4 o'clock, so maybe we should rather take it now. but-
It's appropriate now, Chair,
Yeah,
because I'm moving to
before
another
you're moving
topic.
into another.
Indeed.
So we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll resume at 4:10. We adjourn.
Thank you. And then if we just go over the page from that heading to page 25, as I have it in that first paragraph on the page, you concede that having an FSP license was a requirement of the Transaction Advisor Services tender. Is that correct?
That's true.
And at the time that BNP bid for that tender, did it have an FSP license?
Yes, it did. That's true.
Thank you. At a point thereafter, as I have the facts, BNP received a notice from the FSB, as it then was, of an intention to suspend the license. Is that correct?
That's true.
And just to aid the flow, otherwise I can take you there, are you happy that that correspondence came through from the FSB to BNP Capital on the 23rd of March, 2016?
That's true.
And thereafter, there was further communication on the 12th of May from the FSB. What did the FSB communicate to BNP Capital on the 12th of May?
Can you get to that reference? Because of the 12th of May, I can't remember.
Oh, certainly. Let me assist. 23 March, I have your evidence to be you got a letter of the FSB's intention to suspend the license, correct?
That's correct.
And on the 12th of May, we'll go to it now, the FSB actually suspended the license. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, a suspension of a license is quite a serious matter in relation to the services required for that license, are they not?
I could say yes, however, the suspension comes with its terms and conditions.
Correct. Let's go to them because I think that will be of assistance. You will find that in Ms. Stimple's bundle, which is Exhibit DD1. And let's start at page 597, if we may. Oh, I must tell you which one that's in. That's in Exhibit DD1C. They are in 3 parts, Exhibit DD1. I'm sorry, I'm wrong there. It's in B. Apologies.
What's the page number?
Chair, we're going to begin at 597, which is under tab 63.
Five one.
597. And if you look for tab 63, it'll be under that.
Yes.
Do you have it, Mr. Mahlangu?
Yes, I do.
I'm just in fairness to you wanting to take you to the document. This is an email as I have it dated 23 March 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And the subject of that email, could you tell us what that is?
Intention to suspend.
And if you go over the page to page 598, we won't spend long on it, but this is the letter, as I have it from the FSB, that informed you in paragraph 1 of the FSB's intention to suspend BNP's license. Is that correct?
That's true.
But we had moved in your evidence to the actual suspension because you said there are certain terms and conditions attached to that suspension. So let me take you to that. You'll find that in its covering email at page 603. It's a few pages on. What is the date of that email appearing at page 603?
It's the 12th of May 2016.
Thank you. And it's addressed to who?
Daniel at BNP.
And that is you,
Yes.
correct? And the subject of that email? Could you read that for us?
Suspension.
Thank you. And then if we go over to the actual notice of suspension that was attached to that email, you'll find it commencing at page 614. And I'd like us just to go through some of the aspects of that page. Could you read for us what is recorded by the FSB at paragraph 1 on that page?
Through you, Chair. The notice of intention to suspend authorization of the license dated 18 March 2016 refers.
And then if you move to, that I have it is a reference to the previous letter that we've just looked at, is that correct?
That's true.
And then if you go to paragraph 3 on that page, what did the FSB notify BNP Capital of on this date?
The licensee is hereby notified of the decision of the Registrar of Financial Services, providers registrar, referred to suspend its license to act as a financial service provider in terms of section 9.1, read with section 9.2 of the Financial Advisor Intermediary Services Act, number 37 of 2002 Act.
Thank you. And then you referred to the conditions and terms attached to that suspension. I'd like to pick up one of those, which is important for our purposes. You'll find the first at the following page, page 615. Under the heading there of clause 6, which reads suspension of license, can you read to us what is recorded there?
The license is hereby suspended with immediate effect based on the following grounds and the reasons detailed above.
And then that proceeds, and it tells you about a period of suspension. And then if you go over the page to page 616, I'm interested in the first general term attached to the suspension, which you will find under paragraph 6.2 on that page. Can you read for us the first general term of that suspension?
The license, through you, Chair, the licensee must inform all affected clients and product suppliers concerned that its license has been suspended.
And Roman 3, under those general terms there, what does that record?
The licensee must, in consultation with the clients and product suppliers concerned, take reasonable steps to ensure that any outstanding business is transferred to another authorized FSP in the best interest of the clients.
Mr. Mahlangu, did you act in accordance with those requirements?
Yes, I did.
As I have it from your statement, you indicate that there was a letter of the 13th of May that you sent to SAA. Is that correct?
That's true.
You'll find that, Mr. Mahlangu, just for ease of reference, at page 27 of your statement, at paragraph 6.5 on that page. You say there, when the FSP license was suspended sometime in April 2016, I informed SAA of the suspension per letter dated 13 May 2016, attached here to as annexure PDM 21. We can go to that in a moment, but Mr. Mahlangu, are you aware of Ms. Nancy's evidence on this question?
Yes, I'm aware.
Are you aware that she indicated that that letter was never received by SAA?
Yes, she did.
And you're aware of the document she took us to on the second day of her evidence, which is a letter, I provided a copy of it to your attorneys after that session, where she writes to you in July of 2016 and says, you've made reference to a previous letter to us in which you informed us about the FSP license suspension, but we don't have a record of it and we call on you to provide it to us. Do you remember that letter?
Yes, I do.
So do you have any records that show that you sent this letter on the 13th of May to SAA?
Through you, Chair. When I actually look at the letter, given that it was done in 2016, in my mind, the letter was actually sent. But the question, we've been actually struggling with my lawyers to locate as to who actually sent that letter. What did I give the instruction to? And we've been battling to actually find the correspondence to that effect.
Right, so as I have it, as matter stands, you can't find confirmation of that recollection in any email communication, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So with what level of certainty can you say it was sent on the 13th of May?
I guess with the high probability, because I think at that point in time we didn't have any, qualms about, we couldn't just specify a particular date and without any follow-up. So I don't know actually what transpired.
You don't know, so you're not certain it went on the 13th of May?
No, I'm saying I'm not sure what happened whether that letter went, whether she received it or not, but from her own statement, she did indicate that she hasn't received it. So from our side, when basically I engaged, when I actually sent that letter and engaged at the office, and that letter was said that it was sent, but because my discussion with my follow-up emails with her basically was saying, we've actually did inform you, yes, about this particular event.
Did you alert, or anyone in BNP's offices alert Mr. Mngadi to this suspension when you received it on the 12th of May, 2016?
He should have known, yes.
He should have, or do you know for a fact somebody told him?
No, I can't, yes. I don't know for fact, but it was sort of public information.
In what sense was it public in May 2016?
I think it was in the news, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it was subsequently in the news,
Yes.
but I'm not sure that in May 2016 it was. I'm just trying to get a sense, and I do understand that this is going back some years. I understand your evidence to be you don't know as a fact that somebody told Mr. Mngadi on the 12th of May 2016 that BNP Capital's FSB license had been suspended. Is that right?
That's true.
But is your sense that somewhere in that period he came to learn of that fact?
I can't talk on his behalf, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So you're not aware of anyone at BNP actually telling him in that period?
No.
Thank you. I'd like to go to some email correspondence that happened between SAA and representatives of BNP, including yourself, around this issue in July. And we will find that in Ms. Stimple's evidence, which is Exhibit DD1, and I'd like you to take out File B for that purpose.
Exhibit DD1.
1B.
B.
Thank you, Chair. And it's near where we were previously. The page I'm interested in is page 575. It's under tab 62. Mr. Mahlangu, just in the interests of time, we have been through these emails before, but there is an email in the second half of that page from Mr. Moyo. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And who is that email sent to?
Ms. Pumeza, which is the CFO of, acting CFO then of SAA and Yusla Fikelepi, which I think that's a legal risk and compliance.
That's
SAA.
correct. Just for the record, Ms. Pumeze is Ms. Pumeza Nansi. And who is copied on that email?
It's Daniel, it's me.
Right, so won't you read the text of that email for us?
We can confirm that the funding entity has an FSP license is authorized under South African law to provide these financial products. See attached the FSP license.
What is the date of that email?
It's the 6th of July.
2016.
Yes, 2016, sorry.
Mr. Mahlangu, were you surprised to see Mr. Moyo writing this on the 6th of July 2016 when your license had been suspended in May?
Yes, I was.
So what did you do about it?
I guess at that point in time, one was actually involved in a whole lot of things. When I saw this email, obviously, in hindsight, this was sort of an incorrect thing to do, to actually send, because I think he was just doing administrative work, just forwarding information to SAA, administrative information. So it included, that information that he sent included our license as well.
When did you become aware of this email? Would it have been around the time it was sent, sometime in July of 2016 or much later?
Chair, when I actually saw this email, it was during the time when I was constantly engaging with FSP, and I mean it was a public, knowledge that our FSP license was suspended. So I couldn't understand why you would have actually sent it, and
but I'm trying to get in terms of time frame. Would it have been around July? Would it have been August or much later? It was sent in
July.
In July on the 6th of July. So I'm trying to understand how soon after it had been sent did you become aware of it, more or less?
Sometime in July, yes.
Sometime in July?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mahlangu, on that very day, did you become aware of it because you were copied on the email?
Hence I'm saying through you, Chair, that it was on my part. Obviously, I was not. I saw an email coming through, but I didn't pay attention to it because my understanding is our license was already expired, and we're actually in the process of getting another FSP on board to actually assist us with this particular exercise. So I didn't understand why, when we actually had another FSP.
Yeah, hang on. The question is whether you became aware of the email on the same day that you were copied.
No.
Was it maybe the following day, within the same week, or after 2 weeks, or more or less? How far from the date of sending? Or it's difficult to say?
Yes, it's difficult to say because I think at that point in time, I was really under pressure. There were so many things happening.
Except that I thought you said a few minutes, a minute or two ago, that you saw the email coming, but you didn't pay attention to it.
Yes, what basically I meant was when the email, because the email hits it comes through to my account. Yes, but at some point in time, one doesn't actually pay attention to the emails till you're actually alerted to it.
Does that mean that you know that you saw it arrive, but you didn't read it for whatever reason and read it later? Or is the position that you didn't see it arrive, but you did read it much later?
No, Chair. I think when the email came through, I didn't see it then on the same day. Yes, I didn't pay attention because I received so many emails on the day. So, but at that point, hence I'm saying it could have been sometime in July, when I actually go through my documentation. Then I came across it. But at the same time, hence I was saying I was surprised as to why would someone send such a license when it's a known fact that our license has been suspended?
Okay.
Ms. Mahlangu, maybe I can assist you because 2 days later you wrote to South African Airways about the FSP license issue. That letter you'll find 2 pages back in the file in front of you, Exhibit DD1B, and it's at page 573. Do you see that letter?
Yes, I do.
It's got a handwritten 8th of the 7th, 2016. Do you see that in the top right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
Chair, Ms. Nancy's assisted us in the evidence. That date is confirmed in the emails between herself at
Yes.
SAA and
Yes.
Mr. Mahlangu. Mr. Mahlangu, I take it you don't dispute that's the date of this letter, is that right?
I can't confirm it, yes.
You can't
I'm
confirm,
sorry.
but you don't dispute it.
Was that date put in by Ms. Nancy?
Who
Oh.
precisely put that in is not clear.
Oh, okay.
But Ms. Nancy's letters later
Yes.
indicate that this letter was received from
On that
BNP on the 8th
Okay.
of July.
Okay.
And Mr. Mahlangu, what I'm interested in there is what you say to Ms. Nancy on the 8th of July 2016 in the first 2 lines. Will you read that for us?
Through you, Chair. I would like to clarify the issue of the FSB license. BNP Capital received a letter from the FSB dated 12/05/2016, indicating its intention to temporarily suspend BNP Capital license for a period of 3 months, based on the reason that, according to the to the Phase Act, Section 10, the key individual failed to successfully complete the first level regulatory examinations applicable to the categories or subcategories for which they are authorized or approved.
Thank you. Did you compile this letter?
Yes, I did.
Why then did you state that the letter from the FSB of the 12th of May indicated its intention to temporarily suspend BNP license? Why did you not say that the letter suspended BNP's license?
I can see you through you, Chair. I think it was a wording on my part, which I can see. I agree what you're saying, but I think it was maybe incorrect to write it the way I did.
So, because we've gone through the evidence already, in March you'd been told about the intention to suspend, correct?
That's true.
And by May you were told the license had actually been suspended with immediate effect, correct?
That's true.
But you conveyed to SAA only an intention to temporarily suspend the license, and that is false.
That's incorrect. That's, yes, I put it incorrectly. It was not an intention to mislead anyone, but it was
And,
incorrect.
well,
yes.
where in this letter do you tell them about the other FSP licensee who you're getting on board to take over the work from you?
You mean on this particular letter?
Yes.
I think there's been some correspondence between us.
Chair, while I was questioning Mr. Mahlangu, I had an indication from his legal representative that there's some documents.
Yes.
I haven't seen those documents. I don't
Yes.
know what
they
they
say.
want to do with them,
Yes.
but I see Mr. Mahlangu interacting with his legal representatives.
yes.
I don't know what is most appropriate, because certainly I would like to see those documents before we
Yes.
deal with them.
Yes. Mr. Mahlangu, do you believe that or somebody in this room has got the document that might help you?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Maybe they should make it available to you.
Certainly.
And then you might, depending, you might be able, you might need quite a few minutes to read it, or you might be able to quickly have a look and be able to proceed. If we need to take a 5 minutes adjournment, then we can do that.
Certainly, Chair.
I don't know whether you prefer that we rather take that 5 minutes adjournment, or they let you have the document and then you see whether you need more time.
I would be able quite quickly to identify whether I've seen it before. So maybe we
Yes,
take
yes,
that
yeah.
moment or two,
Yeah.
and I can come back and let you know.
Yes, let's do that.
Thank
They
you,
can
Chair.
give it to you, yeah.
Chair, I can confirm that the first of these in the pack is a document we have seen before. It's the letter of the 13th of May, as I understand Mr. Mahlangu's evidence, that he alleges was sent through, but which SAA has no record of. The ones after that, if I read them quickly and locate them in time, they are now later than the 8th of July, 2016. And I'm working quickly,
Yes,
forming that view. If
Yes.
I've read them incorrectly, then I would like to take more time. But if that is
Yes.
all that we have in this pack, I'm happy to proceed, because
Yes.
I've certainly seen what happened on the 13th of May,
Yes.
and I know of correspondence later,
Yes.
but where I'm focused is the 8th of July
Yes.
at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Mahlangu, are you happy to proceed on that
Yes, we can
basis?
proceed.
Then it's
Okay.
not clear to me you need this pack right now, because all that we're interested in currently is what has happened up until the 8th of July. And you have available to you, in your own statement, the document that your recollection says was sent to SAA on the 13th of May.
That's true.
And you have in front of you right now the letter of the 8th of July that we were focusing on. That's the one in Ms. Stimple's bundle, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Please tell me at any point if you want to make reference to the later correspondence.
That's true. I think you subsequently asked me a question as to when did I inform SAA about, remember, just to go back, there's some of the conditions of the suspension was said to us.
Yeah.
What one is engage with your client and inform them. And then secondly is if you've got a business, which are products or financial
Suppliers.
products, yes,
Yeah.
engage
must tell
with
them.
Yes, no, engage with the licensed FSP and move those products to that licensed FSP.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Mahlangu, if I might be clear just about my question so we don't lose each other. I didn't actually ask when did you tell them that you'd found another FSP licensee to transfer the business to.
Yes.
I said, looking at the letter of the 8th of July, why in that letter do you not tell them about a partner that's been secured?
I think post that letter, there've been subsequent engagement with SAA.
Indeed, but
Yes.
for present purposes, I'm interested in not what happened after the 8th of July. I'm interested in what happened on the 8th of July in your communications with SAA. And Mr. Mgadi, in fairness to you, let me explain why. The 13 May letter is quite different to this letter. The 13 May letter does what your suspension required you to do. You'll recall that. You can get it in front of you if you'd like to. It's at page 143 of your exhibit, which is DD4. But I'm sure you'll recall in the last paragraph of that letter, which SAA says it never received, you say the following: the conditions of suspension require that BNP work with another authorized financial service provider until it has fulfilled all its suspension conditions. Accordingly, we have engaged Creed Capital Partners, of which its license has been attached. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Right. But SAA says it never got this letter. Okay? The next thing that happens in time is on the 6th of July, your employee, Mr. Moyo, tells SAA that you have a current valid FSP license. We saw that email, correct?
That's true.
And in the letter that SAA says it did receive, which is the one we're looking at dated the 8th of July 2016, you make no reference to having secured another partner to take over the business, and you also incorrectly represent that the license has merely been, there's an intention to suspend it, and do not say it has been suspended. And so I must put it to you that that is a misrepresentation of the facts on the 8th of July. And I must query from you why you did not tell them about the services being moved to another FSP licensee.
Through you, Chair, if you look at the letters that are before you, that have been forwarded to you, there's a discussion between me, that the letter that was sent to Ms. Nancy, is about the new FSP that we actually have secured. So I agree with you that on the 6th of July, when my employee made a mistake, which was a gravely sort of incorrect, to actually say our license actually has been active when...
It's still valid.
Yes, when it was public knowledge. I'm not sure, I think it was just, I don't know, I can't explain it. It's just, it's a big mistake. But there was no intention of misrepresentation, because we've never done that. We don't have a history of going to our clients and misrepresent ourselves, or any facts for that reason. So hence, if you check the second email, which was sent to Ms. Hansi, that you've got, we did indicate to her, to say, we've actually sent an email with correct information, with the license service provider, and we've indicated to the CEO. That is why I was saying to the CEO to say, this is a new actually service provider that we've got on board to assist us with this particular exercise. So we did do that. So it's not like we just hoping that this thing, the issue is going to go away. We did actually actively engage on it.
Ms. Mahlangu, do you accept that if you had made the suspension of your license known to SAA on the 13th of May, you could not have been awarded the extension of the contract to source the funds for SAA?
I can't say yes to that. Because in my view, I think I did actually mention it in our statement, to say what actually puts us in a very difficult spot, even with our license, because our license was a private equity license. And when SAA requested a license, even the FSP themselves, if they say to us, move products, we don't have products, we don't have anything. So as far as FSP is concerned, they are thinking, as far as BNP Capital is concerned, it's got actually people's money that they need to move, or they're selling products that they need to actually get an authorized service provider to actually look after those products. As far as SAA is concerned, on the other part, because capital raising doesn't actually require an FSP license. And unfortunately, it's a requirement that we need to fulfill. And we actually made attempts to that, to say, let's fulfill this unusual condition as far as this exercise is concerned. But when you got suspended, then it put us in a very precarious conditions, because you get suspended and someone says to you, move the funds that you have into another FSC, but you don't have a fund. And the service that you're actually providing to SAA, it's not the regulated services. So we find ourselves in that position.
Mr. Mahlangu, you accepted in your evidence previously that an FSP license was a requirement of the Transaction Advisor Services tender, correct?
Yeah, I said it was a requirement.
Indeed.
Yes, but transactional advisor doesn't need an FSP license.
It's a separate matter. You accept that it was a requirement of the tender, and you couldn't have been awarded the tender if you didn't have one, correct?
I agree.
Your appointment to source funds from SAA was an extension of the scope of that previous transaction advisor services role. Are you aware of that?
Sorry. As far as the sourcing of funds was concerned, we actually did a proposal, yes, to SAA, to say, SAA, this is our proposal. And in my view...
Hang on, Mr. Mahlangu. The question is, do you accept that it was an extension of the scope that you were originally going to do for SAA?
Technically, yes.
Thank you. If it was a requirement for your original appointment that you needed an FSP license, what is your comment on my proposition that it was a requirement for any extension of those services as well?
Through you, Chair. I think you partly what you're saying is the truth, because if it becomes an extension, I think you actually evaluate it on the basis of information that you submitted initially. But as far as that aspect of capital raising is concerned, it doesn't require a license.
Understand that, but Ms. Nancy's evidence, just so that you have the benefit of it and you can answer with any comment you may have, was that it would not have been regular for SAA to have awarded you the extension of the scope if they had known any point prior to that your FSP license was suspended. You're aware that that was her evidence?
Yes, I'm aware. Thank you.
But your evidence, as I have it, is your recollection is that they got that notice on the 13th of May, but you can find no documentary proof of that. Is that correct?
That's true.
Thank you. Mr. Mahlangu, I propose that we then move to the next topic, and we may even be able to complete it before 5 o'clock, which will leave only one or two matters for tomorrow morning. This relates to the fee on the sourcing of funds of 1.5%. And I have it from your evidence previously that you had no engagements with GRISAG directly or Mr. van der Merwe. Is that correct?
That's true.
I also understand you not to have attended the meeting on the 8th of June where that term sheet was signed at SAA. Is that correct?
That's true.
And you didn't have any other direct dealings with GRISAG. Is that right?
That's true.
Were you then aware that the term sheet that was signed, if that transaction had gone through, was going to earn BNP Capital another 75 million rand?
I'm not sure which aspect of it you're referring to.
Okay. In the term sheet that was signed on the 8th of June, there was a 1% fee that was going to be paid to GRISAG initially on any drawdown on the facility. And then Mr. van der Merwe's evidence was the arrangement between BNP Capital and GRISAG was that you would each share that 1% in equal portions, half-half. Are you aware of those negotiations?
Through you, Chair. When the term sheet gets drafted, I remember we received 2 term sheets, and one term sheet basically was indicative term sheet as far as the terms and conditions were concerned. And one term sheet as far as the commitment fee, which is was concerned, was actually 1%. And it was erroneously put between us, which is BNP Capital, and GRISAG. And then that term sheet was amended, yes, to be sent to the CFO. And when it's sent to the CFO, it said this is amended term sheet. And also, all the rates actually have improved, because even the first one that was sent, if you check on the margins, we're all sitting at 4%, even the fixed rate was 4%. And then the amendment one, amended term sheet was sitting at 3.5%, and also the margin was 3.5%. And we removed ourselves there because we're not a financial institution, and GRISAG is. They're the ones that are entitled to that commitment fee.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Just so that we can look at the document that you know quite well and we can have the benefit of it, you'll find it in Ms. Stimple's bundle, which is Exhibit DD1B. That's the big one we've been working on for some time. And you'll find it there under tab 54, which is at page 532.
Sorry, Chair, number?
Apologies. So it's under tab 54, and it's page 532. This, as I have it, is what you were referring to in your testimony under the section pricing. Is that right?
That's true.
Ms. Mahlangu, just to give you the benefit, this is the term sheet that was signed on the 8th of June. That has been confirmed by Ms. Nancy in her evidence. And if we go to the section on pricing, It reflects as interest rate 3.5% and margin 3.5%. Is that what you were referring to?
That's true.
And right at the bottom of that section on pricing, it says other fees. And there it reflects a 1% fee will be payable by SAA to GRISAG AG on each drawdown amount received. Do you see that?
Yes, that's true.
And did I understand your evidence correctly to be that your understanding was that BNP Capital would not receive any portion of that 1% fee?
That's true.
What do you base that information on?
Through you, Chair, as I've indicated, in my experience, in the fundraising experience space, only funders charge a commitment fee, and for obvious reasons. It's because they charge that commitment fee, it's a fee that they charge for them to actually commit to that particular funds that they set aside for whatever client.
So can I be clear, your evidence on this is not based on any actual interaction with Mr. van der Merwe or Mr. Mngadi?
My interaction with this is, I received two of these, and when I actually went through it, I actually queried to say, why are we actually included here? And then it went back, because as far as we're concerned, we're just advisors, and then we get a success fee, not a commitment fee. We're not part of the funding.
Ms. Mahlangu, I haven't seen that other version. It would be useful if you could make that available to the Commission, but we can still ask a few follow-up questions. Mr. van der Merwe's evidence was that there was an agreement between BNP Capital and GRISAG that this 1% would be shared between the two parties. Is your evidence that that was not agreed between the parties?
No, we haven't agreed on that.
Would you know whether Mr. Mngadi had struck that deal with GRISAG?
I wouldn't know.
So it is possible that there was an arrangement on the side between GRISAG and Mr. Mngadi that 1% would be shared in equal proportions.
I wouldn't comment on it, I wouldn't know.
It's possible. You don't know that
Yes.
that didn't happen?
Yes.
Thank you. Please, would you, if possible overnight, provide us with that other version, which you say you queried, so that the 1% would now reflect only being payable to GRISAG AG?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Chair, we're quite close, but there are just one or two aspects that I can conclude on this, and then we'll start a new topic in the morning.
Okay.
Mr. Mahlangu, even if you weren't standing to benefit from the 0.5%, which we've calculated to be 75 million, the fees that you were going to earn in relation to the sourcing of funds were in the order of 256 million. Is that correct?
I wouldn't know.
Well, you were awarded the sourcing of funds work on the basis that you would charge a 1.5% fee on 15 billion rand, correct?
That's incorrect. If you can see our communications between us and Ms. Nancy, yes, that fee was actually 1.25. However, it was based on capital raised, not necessarily the entire 15 billion.
That's interesting to me, because SAA decided to award this to you on the basis that it would cost SAA 256 million. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware.
So from your vantage point, there was no agreed 256 million at all?
Yes, through you, Chair. I think from where I'm standing, I had no agreement with the SAA. Nothing was signed. Nothing was agreed upon. Never received a letter to say, you've sent us this proposal. We agree on this proposal. Nothing whatsoever was actually sent to us. So as far as I'm concerned, we actually ran this exercise without any agreement in place. Yes, so I wouldn't know. So we're actually making proposals. Hence I'm saying, you're talking about 1.5, but eventually the fee went to 1.25. Yes, but still SAA didn't come back to us about whether that 1.25 is feasible or it makes sense, whatever the case is.
Ms. Mahlangu, for your benefit, that is certainly consistent with the letter of award that you got, because the letter of award that you got didn't specify a fee, did it?
Yes, definitely.
It just said you've been awarded to source funds for SAA, and then it spoke about other terms and conditions that would be agreed thereafter. Was that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes this aspect. We're about 2 minutes before 5, but I am moving to a new topic. So if we could do that
Yes.
in the morning.
No. And you think we might need, what, another 30 minutes?
I would think so, Chair.
Yeah.
So possibly starting 9:30 would be adequate.
I was thinking that if we will need more or less 30 minutes, maybe we may as well start at 10 and to try and finish the witness for tomorrow. We could go into the
Yes,
evening. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We've got no difficulty with that,
Yeah.
and I have confirmed with the witness for tomorrow that he has availability in the
Okay.
evening.
Okay, no, that's fine. We'll adjourn then, Mr. Mahlangu, and we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow, so come back tomorrow at 10.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn for the day, and we'll start at 10 tomorrow. We adjourn.
All right.